Chapter 4099. Shuzhen said, I once saw some scattered records in an ancient book in the sect. Although the records weren't complete, I'm sure this is the 3000 world tree. Everyone, please take a look. Are there 3000 fruits on this tree? With his reminder, everyone hurriedly looked at the spirit fruits. Everyone present was extraordinary. With a single glance, they knew the number of spirit fruits. There were exactly 3000, no more, no less. Shuzhen's expression was solemn. The 3000 world tree bears 3000 world fruits. Each fruit is a world, corresponding to the 3000 great paths. Each world fruit is a small world with its own system, just like the small universe in the body of a heaven-opening realm. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't believe it. The fruits were only the size of a fist, but they were small worlds. This was beyond their imagination. Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. His attention was on the spirit fruits just now, so he didn't realize the key point. Now that he heard Shuzhen say this, he couldn't help but wonder if this 3000 world tree was the world tree mentioned by giant god Rda. The great battle in the astral plane had shattered the laws of heaven and earth. The astral plane was at risk of collapsing at all times. Although many great emperors worked together to maintain stability, the astral plane couldn't hold on for long. Yang Kai once asked Rda about it, but Rda didn't know much. He only told Yang Kai that this world tree was the key to reshaping the laws of heaven and earth in the astral plane. However, he hadn't heard anything about the world tree since he entered the universe world. He didn't expect to find something in the land of the ancients. If this 3000 world tree was the thing Rda mentioned, then it was the key to the survival of the astral plane. Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help but burn. He was secretly thinking about how to uproot this 3000 world tree. One fruit, one world. Someone murmured. So, that brother just fell into the world within the fruit. That's right. Shuzhen nodded. This is his opportunity. Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder Shuzhen said that the person was eaten by the fruit. Falling into the world within the fruit meant that he was eaten. If he can comprehend the mystery, then he can escape and the world fruit will be his. But if he can't, so what if I can't comprehend it? Dingyi asked in a low voice. I'll be trapped in there for the rest of my life, and I'll never be able to get out. Shuzhen replied. These words sent chills down everyone's spines. No one knew what the world inside the fruit was like. If one was really trapped inside for the rest of their lives, it would not be a good ending. What are the effects of this world fruit? Another person asked, Brother, since you recognize this item, you must know its effects, right? Shuzhen chuckled. The effects of the world fruit are amazing. It's something that only exists in legends. It's a divine item that can help a heaven-opening realm cultivator break through to the first tier. What? Cries of surprise rang out. Everyone looked at Shuzhen in disbelief, wanting to see if he was joking, but Shuzhen's face was filled with fanaticism. How could he be joking? Help a heaven-opening realm cultivator advance by one stage? Are you serious? There's such a divine object in this world. Breaking through to the heaven-opening realm is extremely difficult. Can this fruit really help a heaven-opening realm cultivator advance by one stage? Breaking through to the heaven-opening realm required many years of accumulation. Every time one advanced by one stage, it would take countless amounts of time and resources. Moreover, there were many restrictions, and it would not be limitless. Generally speaking, after a cultivator reached the heaven-opening realm, even if they had plenty of time and resources, they would only be able to advance by 2 or 3 stages at most. 2 stages accounted for 90% of the time, and there might not even be a single cultivator who could advance to the 3rd tier in several thousand years. After all, the heaven-opening pill was artificially refined. The more such a spirit pill was consumed, the less effective it would be for the cultivator, until it had no effect at all. Of course, if one had the opportunity to obtain a naturally occurring heaven-opening pill, they would not have such concerns. There were many miraculous things in this world, and there was a type of heaven-opening pill that was naturally formed and extremely rare. This heaven-opening pill did not have any side effects, and anyone who obtained it could use its power to advance their own cultivation. However, this naturally occurring heaven-opening pill was extremely rare, and it would often be fought over by various blessed paradises the moment it appeared. An ordinary cultivator would not have the chance to obtain it. Beside the 3,000-world tree, several hundred cultivators were in an uproar, clearly shocked by Shuzhen's words. Shuzhen said solemnly, "I didn't really believe it at first, but after seeing these world fruits, I have no choice but to believe it." Breaking through to the heaven-opening realm is nothing more than expanding the mini-cosmos world in one's body, perfecting the power of that mini-cosmos world. Looking at these world fruits, every single one is a mini-cosmos world. If one can ingest and refine them, the benefits to a heaven-opening realm cultivator are unimaginable. It's only natural that they can help a heaven-opening realm cultivator advance. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Shuzhen's words were not wrong. The world fruits were filled with world might, forming a mini-cosmos world of its own. If a heaven-opening realm cultivator ingested and refined them, it would indeed help them expand the mini-cosmos world in their body, perfecting the power of their mini-cosmos world. For a moment, everyone's eyes burned with desire as they looked at the world fruits one after another, drooling. These were divine objects that could help a heaven-opening realm cultivator advance by a single grade. Everyone present had benefited greatly from the great cosmological realm. It could be said that as long as they could leave safely, it would not be much of a problem for them to advance to the heaven-opening realm in the future. If they could obtain a world fruit in advance, they would be able to advance to the 4th stage from the 3rd stage, the 5th stage from the 4th stage, and the 7th stage from the 6th stage. How many years of bitter cultivation would a single world fruit save? Even if they did not consume it themselves, if they sold it, it would definitely cause a great deal of competition among heaven-opening realm cultivators. But don't get too carried away, everyone. Shuzhen suddenly chuckled and said in a clear voice, "Although these world fruits are divine objects and have extraordinary effects, they are not omnipotent. These fruits are divided into 3 grades. The lowest grade world fruit can only help a low heaven-opening realm cultivator advance by 1 grade, the middle grade world fruit can help a mid-heaven-opening realm cultivator advance by 1 grade, and the high-grade world fruit can help a high heaven-opening realm cultivator advance by 1 grade. These fruits are also divided into high, middle, and low grades." Xiong Ying raised his brow. Shuzhen nodded and said, "That's what I read in the records. Don't ask me how to differentiate them, I don't know either. I only know that most of the spirit fruits on this tree are low grade, and only a few are middle grade. As for high grade, there may or may not be any, and even if there are very few of them." As he spoke, he sent out his divine sense to cover the fruits. However, although the fruits looked small, they actually formed a world of their own inside. All the probing divine senses were swallowed up, and no one was able to find any clues, let alone determine their quality. From the outside, there was not much difference between the fruits. They looked like they were carved from the same mold. However, even if there were no high-grade fruits, the fruits on this tree were enough to make one's eyes go red with envy. Ding Yi laughed loudly. "Serves me right for getting rich, ha 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 ha." Among the people present, Di Tian had the most people. With so many spirit fruits, even if they were to divide them equally, he would still get a lot. However, the prerequisite was that he could pluck the spirit fruits. Shuzhen seemed to know what he was thinking. He smiled slightly and said, "Although there are many world fruits, everyone only has 1 chance. If you pluck them, you won't be able to enter the world within the fruit again." What kind of bullshit logic is that? Ding Yi could not help but stare. Shuzhen said, "I'm not sure either. Actually, I've only seen some records from ancient records, so I don't know much about this fruit tree." Ding Yi pondered for a moment and said, "Only by entering the world within the fruit and comprehending its mysteries can we have a chance to obtain the world fruits." Shuzhen nodded slightly. "That's what I saw." Ding Yi nodded and grinned. "Whether it's true or not, we'll know once we try." As he spoke, he called out to his cultivator subordinates and selected a dozen or so people to forcefully pluck the world fruits. The dozen or so people all rubbed their hands together and arrived in front of the 3,000 world tree. Yang Kai and the others watched silently and had no intention of stopping them. They had many things they did not know about the 3,000 world tree, so they could use Di Tian to test it out. After a while, The dozen or so people used various methods to grab the world fruits one by one. However, no matter what they did, the world fruits did not move at all. All of their methods were like stones sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Someone even cast a divine technique at the world fruit out of indignation, but it was still swallowed by the fruit. The spirit fruit was unaffected, but the divine technique was gone. After a while, Dingyi called those people back. The results of the test were obvious. It was impossible to forcefully pluck the spirit fruit. They could only do as Shuzhen said and enter the world within the fruit. If that's the case, let's make a trip. Someone laughed loudly and stepped forward. He flew up to a tree trunk and reached out to grab a spirit fruit. The moment he touched it, his figure disappeared. As soon as this person moved, many of the remaining cultivator could not sit still anymore. They all flew to the 3000 world tree and selected different spirit fruits. One figure after another disappeared mysteriously. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 people were gone. Some of the remaining cultivator were still observing silently. Some hesitated, wondering if they should risk it all. After all, Shuzhen had said before that entering the world within the fruit had its risks. If they succeeded, they would pluck the spirit fruit, but if they failed, they would be trapped for life. There was no other possibility. Xiong and the young man who obtained Aku also chose a spirit fruit and entered the world within the fruit. Dingyi pointed his blade and shouted, "Brothers, the opportunity is right in front of you. Whether you can grasp it or not is up to you. I won't force you. Those who are content with mediocrity can stay, but those who want to soar, come with me." After saying that, he was the first to rush over. He found the spirit fruit at the highest point and grabbed it. His figure disappeared instantly. Di Tian and the others followed closely behind, each choosing their own target. Some shook their heads and sighed, going down the mountain. After all, not everyone had Dingyi's courage. Shuzhen did not move, and neither did Yang Kai. Both of them wanted to find out the grades of these spirit fruits. Unfortunately, after looking for a long time, neither of them found anything. After a while, Shuzhen shook his head and said, "Brother Yang, I'll take my leave first." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Brother Shu, take care." Chapter 4100. As he spoke, he secretly sent a voice transmission. What will happen if two people choose the same spirit fruit at the same time? He had been staying here, not only to distinguish the grade of the spirit fruit, but also to see this. Unfortunately, there were so many people just now, but none of them entered the world within the fruit together. They all chose different targets. Shuzhen's eyes flashed slightly, and he instantly understood Yang Kai's intention. He replied, "Brother Yang can try." He obviously didn't know what the consequences would be. After Shuzhen disappeared, Yang Kai set his sights on a certain world fruit. He grabbed it and disappeared without a trace. After a cup of tea, a figure appeared like a ghost. It was the short man who obtained the gourd vine. At this moment, he stared at the 3000 world tree in front of him with a fanatical expression and laughed, "World fruit, there's such a divine object in the land of eternity." This person had been hiding nearby and only showed up now. He walked slowly to the fruit tree and shook the gourd vine, trying to grab a fruit. However, no matter how he tried, he couldn't get it. The fruit grew on the tree, and although it looked easy to pick, it was unusually strong. The short man tried several times but failed. He could only sigh, "It seems that I have to go into the world within the fruit." As he spoke, he grabbed one of the fruits. At this moment, a strange change suddenly occurred. A great danger shrouded him, and a voice suddenly sounded in his ears, "Freeze." The space around him suddenly froze, and his body froze on the spot. The world fruit was within reach, but he couldn't move it at all. From the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a figure slowly emerging in midair. He was shocked. How could he not know that he had fallen into an ambush? He was cautious by nature. If not, he wouldn't have hidden until now. Who knew that when he confirmed that everyone had entered the world within the fruit, there was still someone outside who had deceived his detection? That voice should be the carrier of Zhu Jiuyin, Yang Kai, who had made a name for himself in the great cosmological realm. He couldn't help but be shocked. He had no enmity with Yang Kai. It was only because of Jin Wu's instructions that he set up an ambush in the colorful passageway. He thought that he would definitely kill Yang Kai. Who would have thought that Yang Kai was only slightly injured? Only then did he realize that Yang Kai lived up to his reputation. Previously, in order to deal with Ding Yi, he had no choice but to reveal his identity. It was obvious that Yang Kai held a grudge against him. That guy had been hiding his whereabouts all this time in order to plot against him. In a split second, the short man had already understood everything. Although he was panicking in his heart, he did not panic and hurriedly used his mind to communicate with the gourd vine that was wrapped around his body. The 7 small gourds hanging on the vine faintly emitted a 7-colored brilliance. Yang Kai appeared from the void and strode towards the short man. He stretched out his hand and a huge crescent blade was formed. He coldly looked at the short man not far away and shouted, "Cut!" The moon blade pierced through the air, slicing through the void as it slashed toward the short man. This person was Jin Wu's bearer. Previously, he had plotted against him in the colorful passageway. Since the enmity had been formed, it would not end until one of them was dead. Yang Kai naturally would not be merciful. He had the shadowless gauze, so it was not difficult for him to conceal his presence. Just now, he seemed to have fallen into the world within the fruit, but in fact, he did not touch the fruit at all. Before that, he had already activated the shadowless gauze to hide his presence. After waiting for a while, the short man indeed exposed his whereabouts. This guy also had a method of concealment and obtained a sacred medicine like the gourd vine. If he did not take this opportunity to get rid of him, he would definitely be a problem in the future. Moreover, Yang Kai was also envious of the gourd vine and the 7 small gourds. Pu Baixiong and the small mushroom were sacred medicines and their value was inestimable. However, to Yang Kai, the gourd vine was undoubtedly more attractive. The 7 small gourds on the vine corresponded to the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements, and were all of the 5th rank. If he could snatch the gourd vine, it would mean that he would have an endless supply of 5th rank power to use in the future. He did not need it, but those in the star boundary did. He would kill without mercy. The moon blade whistled through the air and slashed in front of the short man in an instant. Just as the man's head was about to be separated from his body, the 7 small gourds wrapped around his body suddenly shone brightly. A rainbow-colored light lingered around him. Yin, yang, and the 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other, forming a solid layer of protection outside his body. With a boom, the moon blade slashed down, but it only cut a hole in the rainbow-colored protection, causing the man's body to tremble slightly. It did not cause much damage to the short man. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the short man had already broken free from the restraints of the law of space. He turned his head and glared at Yang Kai, saying resentfully, "I'll kill you sooner or later." Yang Kai snorted coldly and punched out. On the peak of his fist, a small black dot flashed and disappeared. Collapse. The violent fist energy tore apart the rainbow-colored protection. The short man grunted and spat out blood. He grabbed at the world fruit with a panicked expression and instantly disappeared. Yang Kai strode over. When he turned his fist into a palm strike, he hit empty air. The short man had already rushed into the world within the fruit. Yang Kai did not hesitate and grabbed at the fruit as well. The short man had already been injured by him, so this was a good opportunity to take his life. Yang Kai naturally would not miss this opportunity and was determined to kill him. What made him feel at ease was that when he grabbed the world fruit, he clearly felt a suction force coming from the fruit, pulling his body into a bottomless abyss. It seemed that even if 2 people chose the same world fruit, they could still enter together. He could not help but feel a little curious and expectant. What exactly was the world within the fruit like? He activated his power to protect himself and was secretly on guard. In what seemed like an instant, Yang Kai suddenly arrived in a strange world. Looking around, his eyes were filled with astonishment. He saw that he was in a huge bubble at this moment, and there were even more bubbles around him. They were so densely packed that there was no end in sight. This entire world seemed to be composed of countless bubbles. What surprised him was that the world chi in these bubbles was abnormally abundant, and this world actually had its own world principles, and they were the kind that was relatively complete. With just a glance, young Kai realized that if he cultivated in this world, if he wasn't hindered by his aptitude, he could definitely reach the heaven-opening realm. He could not help but click his tongue in wonder. This was just a world within the fruit, but it could actually allow one to reach the heaven-opening realm. The world fruit was truly extraordinary. No wonder it could help a heaven-opening realm cultivator directly break through. This should be a low-grade world fruit, because young Kai could sense that the third stage of heaven-opening realm was the limit here. This feeling was very vague, but he was certain of it. But before he could investigate anything else, he suddenly caught a glimpse of something unusual from the corner of his eye. He turned his head and saw a figure that appeared distorted under the folding of the bubble's membrane. The figure broke through the bubble's bubble and rushed into another bubble. It was the short man. Young Kai and the other party had rushed into this world one after the other, and their positions were about the same. The other party had just taken a punch from young Kai, and his aura was weak at this moment. It was obvious that he had been seriously injured. How could young Kai miss such a good opportunity? He shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" Pushing his space principles, young Kai's figure flickered as he chased after the other party. With a bang, young Kai felt like he had hit a mountain, and his momentum was immediately halted. He saw stars and felt a lump in his throat, and tears were about to flow out of his eyes. On his left and right shoulders, the little mushroom and Pu Baixiong were rolling around, crying out in pain. Young Kai shook his head and took a step back. Looking up, he could not help but feel a little speechless. The thing in front of him was actually the thin film of the bubble. It was this thin film that had blocked his teleportation and prevented him from smoothly chasing after the other party. Raising his hand, young Kai grabbed the little mushroom and Pu Baixiong and threw them into the small sealed world before tearing open the thin film in front of him and rushing into the next bubble. Strangely enough, this thin film cut off his space principles, making it impossible for him to teleport, but it could not stop his tearing force. However, after young Kai rushed into the next bubble, the torn gap automatically closed. At this moment, young Kai had no time to think too deeply about this matter. Locking his eyes in the direction the short man had escaped, he broke through layer after layer of the thin film and chased after him. After a short while, young Kai laughed, "The heavens are helping me," because in his field of vision, when the short man broke into the next bubble, a raging fire suddenly burst out from the bubble, burning him up and making him jump up and down, making him look quite miserable. Before young Kai could finish speaking, there was a loud crack and a bolt of lightning struck him, causing him to stagger. Looking around, young Kai's face changed as he saw that the bubble he was in was filled with countless lightning snakes that gathered together into a thunderstorm in the blink of an eye, causing him to feel numb all over and shiver uncontrollably. These bubbles also contained many dangers. At first glance, there seemed to be no difference between the bubbles, but after breaking into them, one would realize just how mysterious they were. 10 breaths later, young Kai rushed out of the lightning-filled bubble, and the short man also broke free at the same time. He clearly noticed that someone was chasing him from behind, but he didn't look back at all and simply fled. Young Kai held his breath as he shuttled back and forth between the bubbles in pursuit. This chase went on for an unknown distance, sometimes closing the gap between them, sometimes distancing themselves. Young Kai gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. If it weren't for these strange bubbles, with his space principles, wouldn't it have been easy for him to chase after this person? However, these bubbles could cut off his teleportation, causing him to feel quite resentful. A few days later, young Kai stopped, panting in exhaustion. Dozens of bubbles in front of him, the short man also sat down and sprawled out on the ground. After a few days of chasing, whether it was young Kai or this short man, both of them were a little exhausted and had to stop to rest. Young Kai crazily stuffed spirit pills into his mouth and shouted, "Run, run as fast as you can. When this king catches you, he will definitely let you taste all the torture in the world." The short man struggled to get up and stuffed a handful of spirit pills into his mouth, gasping for breath. "What will it take for you to let me go?" Young Kai sneered, "Let you go? Do you think it's possible? Not to mention that you attacked this king and tried to kill this king. As a bearer, there will be a life and death battle between you and me. Instead of waiting for trouble in the future, It's better to deal with you here and now. Chapter 4101. Seeing that Yang Kai was not going to give up, the short man was furious. Yang Kai, don't think I'm afraid of you. I just don't want to fight a meaningless battle and let others take advantage of me. Yang Kai laughed sinisterly. Killing you is not a meaningless battle. If you want to live, it's simple. Leave your gourd vine behind and I won't chase you, the man surnamed Go said angrily, then come and chase me. Let's see who's faster, you or me. If he had not been punched by Yang Kai, he would not have had to flee so pathetically. With the gourd vine in his hand, why would he need to fear anyone in the great cosmological realm? It was just that the punch from before made him feel really uncomfortable. If it were not for the protection of the gourd vine, he would have been smashed to pieces by that punch. The two of them continued to quarrel as they recovered. Obviously, neither of them wanted to let the other rest in peace. After an incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai got up, tore open the membrane in front of him, and rushed forward. The man surnamed Go was shocked. He did not care that the spirit pill in his stomach had not completely dissolved and hurriedly fled. In the following dozens of days, the man surnamed Go could be said to be living a life worse than death. Yang Kai's recovery ability was obviously much stronger than his. Often, before he could recover much of his strength, Yang Kai would be full of energy and would chase after him, forcing him to flee in panic. The injuries on his body did not receive effective treatment and recuperation. Not only did he not recover much, but they also showed signs of worsening. He knew that this could not go on. If this continued, Yang Kai would catch up to him one day. At that time, he would not even have the strength to fight back. Over the past few days, the distance between Yang Kai and him was constantly closing. At first, there were still dozens of air bubbles between them, but now there were only a few air bubbles left. It could be said that they were very close. Along the way, he had also been constantly exploring the mysteries of this world in an attempt to comprehend the mystery of this place and then take the world fruit. Unfortunately, after so many days, he still did not gain anything. Not only him, but Yang Kai was also the same. This entire world was made up of countless bubbles. Each bubble was similar in size, and there was no difference at all. Although Yang Kai had chased the man all the way and forced him into a difficult situation, he was secretly anxious. After all, so many days had passed. Who knew what was going on outside? If they missed the closing time of the land of the ancients, wouldn't they be trapped here for the rest of their lives? At that time, he would not be able to leave, and he and the others would most likely suffer as well. Therefore, Yang Kai spared no effort in his pursuit. Only by getting rid of this guy as soon as possible could he explore the mysteries of this place. After another round of meditation, Yang Kai didn't have time to recover all of his strength. He got up, tore through the bubble's membrane, and charged toward the man surnamed Go. This time, the other party didn't run away. He just sat there cross-legged and looked over coldly. There was a trace of determination in his ferocious gaze. Yang Kai grinned. How could he not know that this guy had no choice but to fight with his life on the line? This was what he wanted to see. In a flash, Yang Kai had already rushed through several bubbles and arrived at the bubble where the man surnamed Go was. After several dozen days, this was the first time the two of them were facing each other at such a close distance. Condense. Yang Kai formed a seal with one hand and activated the space principle, immediately sealing the space inside the bubble. This way, the man surnamed Go would not be able to escape easily unless he broke through the space barrier. If the other party really did so, it would definitely give him an opportunity to take advantage of. It seems that you and I can only meet in life and death. What a pity, I didn't want to send you on your way so quickly, but you forced my hand. The man surnamed Go didn't panic. Instead, there was a sense of certainty in his voice. Saying so, he let out a long breath and slowly stood up. As he stood up, his originally somewhat dispirited aura began to soar. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently and said, "It's still not certain who will send who on their way, so don't boast so early. It won't look good on you later." The two men's gazes collided and sparks flashed. In the next moment, the two of them attacked at the same time, as if they had discussed this beforehand. Yang Kai flicked his fingers and sent a series of moonblades whistling forward, covering a large area and shattering space wherever the moonblades passed. The man surnamed Go formed a series of seals with his hands and sent a giant all spinning through the air. Dao Breaker Seal. This divine technique was specifically designed to counter Dao seals and was extremely powerful. Yang Kai had suffered a loss once before, and Ding Yi had also almost lost his life to this technique. Having already seen it twice, Yang Kai was naturally prepared. He divided a part of his concentration to stabilize his Dao seal, not allowing it to move. At the same time, with a slight thought, the moon blade he sent out whizzed back towards the Dao Breaker seal, strangling it. Sizzling sounds rang out incessantly, and in the blink of an eye, the Dao Breaker seal disappeared. The moon blade did not lose any of its power and once again struck towards the man surnamed Go. The man surnamed Go let out a roar as golden light filled his entire body. The power of the 7th stage metal elemental force surged, turning him into a golden man in an instant. He swung his fists and smashed them into the crescent blade, shattering it. The metal element was mainly used to attack and was very aggressive. Yang Kai's face was filled with envy. He had almost completely condensed the power of the 5 elements, and now he was only missing the metal element. He was secretly annoyed. Why wasn't the divine spirit looking for him Jin Wu, but Zhu Juyin instead? If it was Jin Wu, he could use the power of his inner core to condense the 7th rank metal element. Once the 5 elements' power was completed, he would be half a step into the heaven-opening realm. He only needed the yin and yang elements to enter the heaven-opening realm. Unfortunately, it was fate. Since Zhu Juyin had found him to be the bearer, Jin Wu would not let him go. This was the root cause of this battle. After breaking the moonblades, the man surnamed Go's momentum did not falter. His short figure was like a bull as he charged at Yang Kai. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Yang Kai. His fist, which was surrounded by the 7th rank metal element power, was aimed at Yang Kai's chest. Before the fist arrived, the sharp aura had already eroded Yang Kai. He felt pain on his skin and his clothes were torn. However, he did not dodge. His expression was indifferent as he looked at the man surnamed Go mockingly. In the next moment, the man surnamed Go's expression changed slightly. No matter how hard he tried, his fist could not hit Yang Kai. It was always half a foot away from him. He clearly felt that he was constantly breaking through, but the distance between them was not shortened at all. It was very strange. When Yang Kai seized the Tai pure divine water, he encountered the restriction of heaven and earth. He gained a lot from comprehending it and opened a new door on the great path of space. After these days, he became more and more skilled in using this method of space extension. The man surnamed Go could not shorten the distance between them, just like how he could not shorten the distance between him and the white jade trough. The space between them was extending. It seemed to be motionless, but it was moving like thunder. After 10 breaths, the man surnamed Go ran out of energy and his momentum fell. At this moment, Yang Kai pointed his finger and said indifferently, "Die." On the tip of his finger, a small golden crow flew out and cried. It rapidly enlarged in the man surnamed Go's vision as if it was going to envelop him completely. The golden crow true fire was extremely terrifying. It was even stronger than his golden crow power, so if he was really burned by this golden crow, he would not have a good end. At this critical moment of life and death, the man surnamed Go no longer dared to hide his strength. With a shake of his arm, the gourd vine shot out as if it had a mind of its own, penetrating the golden crow's body and breaking it apart. It then went straight for Yang Kai's forehead. On the gourd vine, the power of yin and yang and 5 elements lingered, breaking through his space extension and arriving in front of him in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai's face changed slightly and he leaned back, barely avoiding this blow. The man surnamed Go did not show any mercy. He held the gourd vine in his hand and used it like a whip. With a shake of his hand, the gourd vine turned into circles and came down on Yang Kai. Yang Kai dodged several times, but he could not get rid of it. Seeing that he was about to be enveloped by the gourd vine, he immediately shouted and stretched out his hand, grasping the black dragon spear in his hand and thrusting it forward with his heart. There was no pattern to this spear attack. It seemed to be a casual attack, but it was exquisite as it hit the center of the countless circles. A violent force exploded as the man surnamed Go grunted and took a few steps back. Yang Kai suddenly broke free. Without stopping, the spear shot out like a dragon, filling the sky with spear shadows that enveloped the man surnamed Go. The sudden change in attack and defense shocked the man surnamed Go. He never thought that Yang Kai would have such outstanding attainments in the way of the spear. With his attack broken, he could only passively defend. For a time, the two were locked in a fierce battle inside the bubble. They were evenly matched. However, the more they fought, the more the man surnamed Go became alarmed. The spear in Yang Kai's hand was like a living creature, attacking the weak points of his defense every time, causing him to break out in cold sweat. It was not all luck that he was chosen by the Golden Crow. The divine spirits had their own criteria for choosing their bearers. If one's foundation was insufficient, the divine spirits would not favor them. He had relied on his own strength to become a bearer. He had been nurtured by the Golden Crow for many years, entered the land of the ancients, and obtained the gourd vine. He thought that no one in the entire great cosmological abyss would be his match, but who knew that someone would be able to take advantage of him? After several dangerous encounters, the man surnamed Go finally determined that he was not Yang Kai's opponent with his current means. The spear in his opponent's hand was definitely extraordinary, as it was able to clash with his gourd vines without being damaged. On top of that, there was also a faint divine spirit aura coming from it, making it difficult for him to react quickly. The man surnamed Go gritted his teeth and shouted, "I didn't want to use this move, but you have the ability to make me use it. It's your honor to die under this move." Yang Kai's heart trembled slightly. He knew that the guy in front of him was about to use some kind of trump card, but he still had some tricks up his sleeve. He immediately sneered, "How dare you boast so shamelessly? I'll knock your teeth out later. Whether I'm boasting shamelessly or not, you can experience it for yourself." The man surnamed Go snorted and shouted, "Rise." As he spoke, he shook the gourd vine, and the 7 small gourds on it rolled down one after another. Yang Kai swung his spear and retreated, his eyes cold and vigilant. He had seen the abilities of these 7 small gourds, and each of them was extremely extraordinary. He had been secretly on guard before, but who knew that the other party had not used it? Was he going to borrow the power of the gourds now? Chapter 4102. The 7 gourd brothers were all extraordinary and could summon the power of the 5th stage. An ordinary cultivator was no match for them. After all, there were not many cultivators who could summon the power of the 5th stage and could not resist the power of the 7 gourd brothers. However, Yang Kai was not afraid. The power of the 5 elements he could summon was at the 7th stage at the very least, so how could he be afraid of the 5th stage? The 7 gourd brothers rolled down the gourd vine and assumed different postures, looking majestic. Before they could announce their names, the man surnamed Go suddenly shook the gourd vine again. The gourd vine pierced straight through, and under Yang Kai's stunned gaze, it pierced through eldest baby's back and came out from his chest. Strangely enough, although eldest baby was pierced through by the gourd vine, he was not injured at all. The gourd vine did not slow down and passed through second baby, followed by third baby, fourth baby. In the blink of an eye, the 7 gourd brothers were strung together like a gourd. Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of uneasiness. He thought that the 7 gourd brothers were the man surnamed Go's final trump card, but who knew that there were more variables? Without any hesitation, he activated all of his strength. The roar of a dragon resounded, and the might of a dragon filled the air. The black dragon spear seemed to transform into a giant dragon as it pounced towards the man surnamed Go. The man surnamed Go just looked at Yang Kai indifferently, as if he was looking down at an ant. He shook the gourd vine and met the black dragon spear head-on. With a loud bang, Yang Kai only felt a terrifying force hit him head-on, and he was sent flying uncontrollably. Even the giant dragon phantom on the blue dragon spear dimmed from the impact. Yang Kai hit the bubble and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes widened, the power of the heaven opening. In that instant of contact, he actually felt the rich power of the heaven opening from the gourd vine. This power was far beyond the man surnamed Go's own power, and it was also beyond his current power. He suffered a great loss in just one exchange. At this moment, the 7 small gourds that were pierced by the gourd vine turned into 7 colored lights that surged into the gourd vine, causing the gourd vine to change colors and become extremely gorgeous. The power of yin, yang, and the 5 elements intertwined and fused within it, reinforcing and restraining each other, turning into a cycle that evolved into endless profundities. When a cultivator reached splitting the heavens, they had to condense the power of yin, yang, and the 5 elements to create a world within their body. Only then would they be able to unleash the might of the world without any external help. This was also the biggest reason why splitting the heavens were above the emperor realm. Yang Kai himself had not cultivated to this level, but he had seen others advance to split the heavens with his own eyes. When Bai Qi had broken through to the 5th stage, he had been observing from the side. At that time, it was fortunate that he had given Bai Qi some heaven and earth source liquid. Otherwise, Bai Qi would have already died. The scene of that day was still vivid in his mind, just like what he saw in front of him. Yin, yang, and the 5 elements intertwined and merged, reinforcing and restraining each other. The 7 small gourds on the gourd vine corresponded to the power of yin, yang, and the 5 elements. Just like how a cultivator could condense the power of the 7 elements, this gourd vine could actually evolve the power of splitting the heavens. Moreover, it was the power of a 5th stage splitting the heavens. After all, each of the small gourds displayed the power of a 5th stage splitting the heavens. In other words, what the man surnamed Go was holding right now was a powerful killing weapon that could freely unleash the power of a 5th stage splitting the heaven. Yang Kai's hair stood on end. Although he was powerful, he was far from being a match for a 5th stage splitting the heavens. He still had this much self-awareness. A 5th stage splitting the heavens was his level. With his current strength, facing such an existence in his current state, only death would await him. Without even thinking about it, he turned around and tore through the bubble, madly fleeing. The originally favorable situation immediately turned into one of crisis. The man surnamed Go's cold voice came from behind him. "Where can you run to? Since you forced me to use this move, you can die without regret." With the sound of something tearing through the air, Yang Kai felt a chill from head to toe, as if a poisonous snake was chasing after him. Turning his head, Yang Kai's eyes widened in anger. He saw that the man surnamed Go was still standing in place, but the gourd vine in his hand continued to extend, bombarding him. Wherever it passed, the bubbles would explode, unable to stop the attack of the gourd vine. If this were any other place, Yang Kai could still use teleportation to dodge, but in this world of bubbles, his freedom was greatly restricted. Although he did his utmost to stimulate his space principles to extend the surrounding space, he was unable to stop the pursuit of the gourd vine. His principles were completely destroyed by the heaven-splitting power of the gourd vine, so he was unable to do anything. In just 3 breaths of time, the gourd vine was only a meter behind him. Yang Kai was unable to dodge. Sensing the terrifying power of the gourd vine, he clenched his teeth and turned around, pouring his strength into the blue dragon spear as he jabbed at the gourd vine. With a boom, Yang Kai was sent flying, blood wildly spurting from his mouth. The gourd vine's attack was also blocked. Once again slamming into the membrane, Kai Yang's body emitted a series of cracking sounds. Even his bones had been broken in that instant. The pain was heart-wrenching, but his eyes lit up. Not only was he not startled, his eyes instead revealed a look of ecstasy. Previously, he had been shocked by the heaven-splitting power of the gourd vine and really believed that the man surnamed Go could display the power of a 5th stage heaven-splitting, but now that he had come into contact with it, he realized that he had been scaring himself. After fusing with the 7 small gourds, the gourd vine could indeed display the power of a 5th stage heaven-splitting, but the man surnamed Go's strength was insufficient, so he was unable to fully activate the power of the gourd vine. The power he could display now was at most the power of a 2nd or 3rd stage heaven-splitting. Otherwise, even with the blue dragon spear blocking that attack, he would not have been able to survive. Perhaps this was also related to the special world principles here. This was a low-rank world fruit, so its limit was the 3rd stage heaven-splitting, so it was difficult for it to contain power beyond that level. And at this level, if it was at this level, then he could fight. Realizing this, How could Yang Kai still try to escape? Instead, he arched his back and instead of retreating, he charged towards the man surnamed Go. The other party stood in place, his eyes drooping as he softly said, "Did you notice? So what if you did? The power of a heaven-splitting realm is not something a mere Emperor realm master like you can resist. Die." The gourd vine pierced through the air again, but Yang Kai's spear shadows filled the sky as he displayed the full power of the great unrestrained spear technique. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of collisions occurred, and the bubbles were annihilated one after another. Violent energy swept out and a brilliant halo of light exploded. Yang Kai was once again sent flying, but before he could stabilize himself, the gourd vine had already closed in on him, its heaven-splitting power sweeping out in all directions, intent on killing him. Yang Kai swallowed the surging blood in his throat, gritted his teeth, and waved his spear in a desperate struggle against the gourd vine. He was sent flying again and again, coughing up blood time and time again, a tragic sight to behold. He was completely at a disadvantage, unable to fight back against the man surnamed Go. However, Yang Kai was not in a hurry, and his blood-filled eyes were filled with confidence. The man surnamed Go flew into a rage. "Why haven't you died yet?" Saying so, he sent Yang Kai flying again, gasping for breath. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Kai Yang grabbed his twisted left arm and twisted it slightly, reattaching it back into his body. Grinning, he said, "My life is very tough, you won't be able to kill me with your abilities." He had the wood attribute condensed from the immortal tree's essence and a dragon vein, so in terms of recovery ability, there were few people in this world who could surpass him. As long as he wasn't killed in a single blow, no matter how serious his injuries were, he could recover. Although the heaven-splitting strength of a second or third stage cultivator was powerful, and Yang Kai was unable to fight back, they still couldn't kill him here. Slowly getting up, Yang Kai wiped the blood from his eyes, allowing his vision to recover slightly before looking at the man surnamed Go with a playful expression. "How long can you last?" Yang Kai slowly said, "As an Emperor Realm Master, how could you not pay a price for forcibly using heaven-splitting strength? I'm afraid this price is not small, otherwise you wouldn't have been hiding it all this time and would have used this move long ago. Is your Dao seal still stable? Can your body still hold up? It looks like the one who's going to die is you, bastard." Yang Kai pointed his spear forward in an extremely provocative manner. The man surnamed Go's face was extremely gloomy. Yang Kai was right. As an Emperor Realm Master, forcibly using heaven-splitting strength was indeed impossible without paying a price. Every time he activated the gourd vine, it would cause damage to Yang Kai, but it would also cause a huge impact to his body, soul, and Dao seal. If this continued, before he could kill Yang Kai, he would likely die from the backlash of this gourd vine. The man surnamed Go gritted his teeth and declared, "Before I die, I will definitely drag you down with me." Saying so, he suddenly shook the gourd vine again and madly poured his strength into it, causing a seven-colored light to rapidly circulate around it. At the same time, the man surnamed Go's flesh and blood began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Obviously, he had consumed too much of his strength and could not bear it any longer. The arm holding the gourd vine began to bleed profusely. Yang Kai's expression became solemn, knowing that the other party was going all out. Success or failure would all depend on this move. This was the moment he had been waiting for. In the next moment, the gourd vine tore through the air. This attack was even more terrifying than the previous ones, giving Yang Kai a feeling that it had surpassed the low-rank heaven-splitting strength and had reached the mid-rank. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he shouted, "Golden Crow casts sun." A loud and clear bird cry rang out as a golden sun slowly rose from behind him. In an instant, it emitted a dazzling light, and a terrifying aura surged from the sun. Golden crows were dancing and frolicking in the sun, causing the expression of the man surnamed Go to change slightly. He had long heard that Yang Kai had comprehended a divine technique Dharma idol, but this was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. Even though they were enemies, he could not help feeling admiration for this young man. This kind of talent was truly extraordinary. When the first elder of the Scarlet Star sect saw the Golden Crow cast Sun Divine Technique Dharma idol, he had said that with this Divine Technique Dharma idol, even if Yang Kai was only in the Emperor realm, he had the qualifications to compete with a low-rank heaven-splitting strength. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the power of this divine technique Dharma idol was. Yang Kai raised his spear and thrust the great sun at the tip of his spear, sending it crashing towards the gourd vine. Chapter 4103. Yang Kai had the golden crow casting sun divine technique aspect, while the man surnamed Go had the gourd vine's heaven-splitting power. Both of them could display power on par with a low-rank heaven-splitting master, so it could be said that they had met their match. In the world inside the fruit, the great sun shone brilliantly as the gourd vine pierced through the heavens and shattered the void. The collision of the two was like the collision of two stars. With a loud bang, a terrifying shockwave spread out and the surrounding bubbles burst one after another, disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai's eyes were bloodshot as he poured all of his strength into this spear attack, but how could the man surnamed Go not do the same? Hong hong hong. The heavens and earth changed color as countless void cracks appeared in the world inside the fruit. Obviously, this world could not withstand the impact of this violent power. Yang Kai coughed up blood as he was sent flying backwards. The great sun was annihilated. The man surnamed Go coughed up a mouthful of blood as his face suddenly paled. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from his body as the seven-colored light on the gourd vine dimmed and 7 new gourd fruits were formed as he was sent flying like a ragged sack. This collision resulted in both sides suffering heavy losses. Neither Yang Kai nor the man surnamed Go was able to gain the slightest advantage over the other. As soon as he landed, Yang Kai urged his strength to get up, but unexpectedly, he was unable to do so. The blow just now had exhausted almost all of his strength, and at this moment, whether it was his physical body or his Dao seal, they had both reached their limits. If he tried to force himself, it might leave behind some irreparable damage. Yang Kai was shocked, never having expected that this battle would end up like this. He secretly reflected that he could not underestimate the heroes of the world. This man surnamed Go was not famous before, but now he possessed such terrifying strength, and this was only a divine spirit-bearer, so what kind of amazing abilities did the others have? Of course, this guy's ability was based on the gourd vine. Fortunately, he could not get up, and the man surnamed Go was also lying there motionless. This guy had forcibly stimulated the heaven-splitting power with his emperor body, so the damage he suffered was not much better than Yang Kai's. The bubbles in the world continued to burst as if a chain reaction had been set off by the impact of the two people's strength. They could not be stopped at all, and the rate at which they were bursting was becoming faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, all the bubbles had burst, leaving only a palm-sized bubble floating in the air. This bubble was heaven-splitting fruit had not been noticed by Yang Kai or Go. They had chased after each other and broken through countless bubbles, but they had never seen this one before. When the other bubbles burst, it became extremely unique. Yang Kai blinked his blood-red eyes and stared at the bubble, his eyes suddenly lighting up as he realized that this bubble should be the key to this world fruit. If he could refine this bubble, he might be able to obtain this world fruit. At this moment, he did not even had the strength could Kai. Yang Kai had only crawled a few steps when he suddenly felt something tighten around his ankle. Turning his head, he cursed in his heart. His attention had been attracted by the bubble and he had completely forgotten about Go. The other party had actually used the gourd vine to wrap around his ankle, and in the next moment, Yang Kai was pulled behind Go by the gourd vine, tumbling several times before he could stabilize himself. Yang Kai had been relatively close to the bubble, but after being pulled by Go, he was now even closer to the other party. Obviously, Go had also realized the uniqueness of the bubble and at this moment, he also began crawling towards it. What made Yang Kai feel lucky was that although he had been pulled back by the gourd vine, he had not suffered any damage. Obviously, Go did not have the extra strength to deal with him, otherwise, he would not have let him go so easily. Yang Kai was furious and chased after him with all his might. At this moment, the two of them wriggled forward like two maggots, approaching the bubble little by little. Go's injuries were obviously more serious, and he was soon overtaken by Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked at him with disdain and said, "Wait until I get this world fruit, then I'll come and take your dog life. Go's face darkened, and he did not say a word as he swung the gourd vine in his hand again. Young Kai was dragged back again. Young Kai's face darkened, and he cursed as he raised the black dragon spear in his hand and poked at the gourd vine. With a cry, the 7 gourd vines on the gourd vine all grew eyes and stared at young Kai pitifully, saying in unison, "You're hurting us." Young Kai ignored them and poked with all his strength, finally breaking free from the gourd vine. Go shook the gourd vine, and the 7 small gourd vines on the gourd vine rolled down and turned into the 7 gourd brothers. However, at this moment, the 7 gourd brothers were also dispirited. It was obvious that the collision with young Kai just now had caused them to suffer great injuries as well as Yuan Qi. The 7 gourd brothers were lying on the ground. Eldest baby said weakly, "I am eldest baby." Second baby said, "I am second baby." Third baby said, "I am third baby." The 7 gourd brothers announced their names one by one and huddled together like a mountain, saying in unison, "We are the 7 gourd brothers." Go was furious. "Shut up, all of you. Hold him back." The 7 gourd brothers immediately hugged young Kai, grabbing his hair and arms. It was unknown which one of them ran to young Kai's side and hugged young Kai's leg, assuming a posture that prevented him from moving forward. Young Kai was speechless as he watched Go slowly approach the bubble. With a thought, he summoned Pu Baixiong and Little Mushroom. Grape asked in surprise, "What's going on?" He and Little Mushroom were taken into the sealed world bead by young Kai after entering this fruit world, so they knew nothing about what had just happened. As soon as they came out, they saw the 7 gourd brothers making things difficult for young Kai and couldn't help feeling surprised. Little Mushroom grabbed her mushroom cap with both hands and asked weakly, "Gourd brothers, what are you doing?" How could the 7 gourd brothers have time to pay attention to her? All of them were crawling onto young Kai's body. Young Kai called out, "Don't just stand there, hurry up and help get them away." Pu Baixiong rolled his eyes and suddenly put his hands on his hips as he stood beside young Kai and laughed, "Little bastard, it seems you've also had a day like this." Looking down at young Kai with a smug look on his face, he laughed arrogantly. Young Kai's face went black. Pu Baixiong was a traitor, and now that he had fallen from grace, there was no telling how Pu Baixiong was going to humiliate him. "When you bullied this Uncle Pu, you didn't expect this moment to come, did you? When you picked my grapes, you didn't expect this moment to come, did you?" Pu Baixiong squatted down and pinched young Kai's nose with his 2 roots, making it difficult for him to breathe. Young Kai angrily shouted, "What do you want? I'm warning you, don't be so arrogant, or you'll suffer." Pu Baixiong snorted twice and stood up. "You dare threaten this uncle? If it weren't for you being a good boy, this uncle wouldn't have cared if you lived or died." After pausing for a moment, he grinned meaningfully, "Call me Uncle Pu and I'll help you." "Uncle Pu." Young Kai opened his mouth. Pu Baixiong was startled, blinked, and said angrily, "Why don't you feel the slightest sense of shame?" Shaking his head for a moment, he walked over to Kai Yang's body and kicked away the gourds that were wrapped around him. The little mushroom was trembling in fear as it watched from the side. However, Pu Baixiong was only a sacred medicine that had transformed, and his sacred medicine couldn't compare to the 7 gourds at all, so it had no battle power at all. If it wasn't for the fact that the 7 gourds had used up too much energy, how could he have bullied them? After kicking away 2, the other 2 7 gourds pounced on him and grabbed his roots to wrestle with him, causing Pu Baixiong to cry out loudly, "Stop fighting, stop fighting, stop fighting." The little mushroom was trying to mediate from the side, but it was caught off guard and was punched by someone. Its eyes turned black as it sat on the ground and cried loudly, its tears flowing like a river. Pu Baixiong's 4 roots were grabbed by the 2 7 gourds and couldn't move. He turned his head and shouted at the little mushroom, "What are you crying for? Go and grab the vines." The little mushroom cried even more fiercely. Pu Baixiong shouted, "Why aren't you going? Uncle Pu is going to beat your 7 gourd brothers to death." The little mushroom was shocked and hurriedly stopped crying. It crawled up and rushed toward the man surnamed Go. The commotion here naturally couldn't escape the observation of the man surnamed Go. He wriggled his body and moved toward the remaining bubble step by step. At this moment, he was only 300 meters away from the bubble. Seeing the little mushroom rush over, He snorted coldly and didn't care. He had seen the 2 sacred medicines Yang Kai had before, and they didn't seem to have much battle power. Although he had a weak body, he wasn't afraid of a mere sacred medicine. If it really pissed him off, he wouldn't mind swallowing it in one go. The little mushroom rushed in front of him and stared at him. It suddenly bowed deeply and said crisply, "Can you give me your 7 gourd vines?" Scram! The man surnamed Go shouted angrily. The little mushroom's face turned pale as it took a few steps back in fear. It turned its head to look at the 7 gourds and Pu Baixiong who were tangled together. It gritted its teeth and suddenly opened its mouth to blow at the man surnamed Go. "I'm going to save the 7 gourd brothers, you can sleep for a while." The man surnamed Go suddenly felt the world spin around him. His soul sank as boundless tiredness flooded his mind and drowned him. "You!" The man surnamed Go didn't say a word before his body suddenly relaxed and he fell to the ground, snoring loudly. I'm sorry." The little mushroom kept bowing and apologizing. It rushed to the man's large hand and struggled to pry open his palm, grabbing the 7 gourd vines. With a light shake, the 7 gourds that were entangled with Yang Kai and Pu Baixiong turned into 7 streaks of light and rushed into the 7 gourd vines. In the next moment, 7 gourds appeared on the 7 gourd vines, each of them saying, so tired, now I can have a good rest." After saying that, they all closed their eyes and quietly hung there without moving. Although they were sacred medicines and had strong vitality, they had been driven by the man surnamed Go to fight Yang Kai. They had consumed a lot of energy, so they had to take a good rest. Chapter 4104. Without the restraints of the gourds, Pu Baixiong regained his freedom and lay on Yang Kai's body with his arms and legs spread out. He laughed and said, "Stinky brat, you took advantage of me. You also got the gourd vine. Let me tell you, these little gourds have delicate skin and tender flesh, they taste delicious. If they can be stewed, what are you going to do?" As he spoke, Pu Baixiong was shocked, because he was suddenly caught in Kai Yang's hand, and his eyes were staring at the top of his head. Looking at Yang Kai's eyes, how could he not know what Yang Kai was planning? He quickly covered his head with his roots and shouted, "Stinky brat, you can't bite the hand that feeds you. I just helped you." Yang Kai swallowed his saliva and said, "One, just one. You have so many grapes, it doesn't matter if you lose one." Regardless of whether Yang Kai agreed or not, he reached out and plucked a grape from Pu Baixiong's head and threw it directly into his mouth. The pure medicinal power exploded in his mouth and Yang Kai felt that his exhausted body was suddenly greatly nourished and his strength quickly returned. Yang Kai had tried the effect of these grapes before and knew that its medicinal power was extraordinary. If not, he would not have had such thoughts about Pu Baixiong. Although the man surnamed Go was knocked unconscious by the small mushroom, who knew when he would wake up, it was better to recover his strength as soon as possible. Pu Baixiong held his head with both hands and sat on Yang Kai's chest and cursed, "Little heartless brat, Uncle Pu saved you for nothing." While cursing, his roots danced and swept Yang Kai's body, but with his strength, how could he hurt Yang Kai? In less than half an incense stick's time, Yang Kai was full of energy again. Although he had not fully recovered, he had at least recovered 60% of his strength. The effect of the grapes was still working and with his own recovery ability, it would only take a few days for him to return to his peak. Pu Baixiong stood up and quickly shut his mouth. He didn't dare to make any more noise. He timidly glanced at Yang Kai. Seeing that he didn't intend to settle accounts with him, he flattered, "Master, that gourd vine is good stuff. Don't miss it." There was no need for him to say this. Yang Kai had suffered a great loss before. It could be said that the reason why the man surnamed Go could fight him to such an extent was because of the power of the gourd vine. While the man's strength was not bad, there was still a gap between him and the current Yang Kai. He called Little Mushroom over and took the gourd vine from her hands. Yang Kai waved it casually, and the 7 gourds on the vine said in unison, "Don't be noisy, we're sleeping." Pu Baixiong said from the side, "Master, this gourd vine is very particular. Whoever holds the vine will be able to control these 7 little things. You don't need to refine it." Yang Kai was surprised. Pu Baixiong thought deeply and said uncertainly, "There's no need, right?" Yang Kai thought about it and felt that it was as Pu Baixiong said. The gourd vine didn't need to be refined to display its power. After all, it was a saint medicine, an existence of the same nature as Pu Baixiong and Little Mushroom. How could something like this be refined? This also explained why Little Mushroom was able to make the gourds return to the vine after obtaining it. Yang Kai was overjoyed. This gourd vine was a great killing tool. Now that he had obtained it, his strength would soar by a large margin. However, this was still an external force. For a cultivator, their own strength was the foundation. Although Yang Kai was happy, he didn't let it go to his head. For him, the greatest value of this gourd vine was the 5th grade strength it contained. With this saint medicine in hand, it meant that he would have an endless supply of 5th grade strength to use in the future, and he could continuously create 5th grade splitting the heaven. This thing was priceless. If this thing was taken out into the outside world, it would definitely be a treasure that could suppress the destiny of a region. It couldn't be exposed easily, otherwise, it would definitely lead to a fatal disaster. Carefully putting the gourd vine into his sealed world bead, Yang Kai found that his sealed world bead could accommodate it. Only then did he relax and directly plant the gourd vine in his medicine garden. Although the sealed world bead was also a world of its own, its world principles were not perfect. It could accommodate ordinary living creatures, but it couldn't accommodate heaven-opening realm existences because heaven-opening realm cultivators had miniature universe worlds inside their bodies. Forcibly accommodating them would only cause the sealed world bead to become unstable, and in serious cases, it might even break. Grabbing Pu Baixiong and Little Mushroom, Yang Kai put them on his shoulders and stepped forward, arriving next to the man surnamed Go in a flash. The sound of his snoring was endless. This guy was sleeping soundly, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Although Little Mushroom wasn't good at frontal conflict, she was still the human form of the profound colored illusory mushroom. If he didn't find a way to save her, it wouldn't be surprising if this man surnamed Go slept for a year or so. Yang Kai leaned over, took off the man's space ring, and searched it carefully, but he couldn't find an identity token. He had used the Tao-breaking seal time and time again, so Xu Zhen had even suspected that he came from Purple Jade Blessed Land. If this was the case, then he must have an identity token on him. This identity token was not only a symbol of identity as a disciple of Purple Jade Blessed Land, but it was also likely to contain the divine technique left behind by their masters. If their life was in danger, this divine technique would be triggered. How could Yang Kai not be careful? However, there was no identity token on him, which meant that this guy wasn't a disciple of Purple Jade Blessed Land. Being able to use the Tao-breaking seal was probably taught to him by Jin Wu. Just like how Zhu Juyin had taught Yang Kai the reverse yin-yang 5 elements profound universe, it was very likely that Jin Wu had a bearer from Purple Jade Blessed Land many years ago, so it wasn't surprising that he knew about the Tao-breaking seal. After confirming that there was no danger, Yang Kai slammed his palm down, his strength surging, and with a muffled groan, the sleeping man surnamed Go exploded into dust, not even his bones remaining. Since the other party had tried to take his life, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't show any mercy. After dealing with this man surnamed Go, Yang Kai raised his head and looked at the only bubble. If his guess was correct, this bubble was the key to this world inside the fruit. Previously, this entire world had been composed of countless bubbles, each of which was extremely large, but this bubble was only the size of a palm. Yang Kai walked up to the bubble and carefully examined it, but he couldn't find anything special about it. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it, easily holding the bubble in his palm. With a slight force, the bubble burst with a bang. Pu Baixiong called out in shock, "Master, you broke it." Yang Kai was also dumbfounded. He didn't use much strength just now, he didn't expect the bubble to be so fragile. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, his vision flashed. When he came back to his senses, he was already standing under a large tree. The tree's canopy covered the sky, and there were thousands of sparkling and translucent fruits hanging on the branches. It was the 3000 world tree. It's out. Yang Kai was puzzled, and just as he was puzzled, he felt an extra object in his hand, and when he looked at it, it was a world fruit. He didn't know when he had plucked the fruit. The fruit wasn't big, only the size of a palm, about the same size as the bubble. It was crystal clear, fragrant, and enticing, causing Yang Kai's Adam's apple to move. Pu Baixiong's eyes lit up as he stared at the world fruit. The little mushroom swallowed its saliva and said, "This fruit looks delicious." Yang Kai carefully sensed it and found that it was indeed a low-grade world fruit, which could allow a low-grade world fruit to advance by 1 grade, with the limit being the 3rd grade. In other words, it was useless for a 3rd-grade world fruit, as it couldn't advance to the 4th grade, which was the middle-grade world fruit. Only the middle-grade world fruit was effective for a 3rd-grade world fruit. Yang Kai put away the world fruit and thought back carefully. He had caught the last bubble in the world within the fruit, and then he had plucked the world fruit. Now, it seemed that the last bubble was indeed the key. He couldn't help but feel lucky that he had broken all the other bubbles in his battle with the man surnamed Go. Otherwise, where would he have found such a small bubble? This thing was hidden in countless bubbles, and it was pitifully small, so no one would pay attention to it. It was only a low-grade world fruit, so even if it was valuable, it wouldn't be too valuable. Yang Kai looked up at the world tree, and when he glanced at it, he was stunned. At this moment, there were still 2,999 fruits left on the tree. In other words, the one he had put away was the only one that had been plucked. Had the others not come out yet? Previously, there had been hundreds of people who had entered different worlds within the fruit. Yang Kai had been entangled with the man surnamed Go for many days, so he had thought that he was the slowest. Who would have thought that he would come out first? After looking around for a moment, Yang Kai looked down the mountain and was startled. Pu Baixiong followed his gaze and asked suspiciously, "Master, what are you looking at?" "Those people." Yang Kai stared down and saw that there were many cultivators moving forward, wanting to go down the mountain. These cultivators were the ones who had previously retreated. Xu Zhen had said that although the world fruit was amazing, if they were trapped in the world within the fruit, they would never be able to escape for the rest of their lives. At that time, many people were afraid and returned the way they had come. However, the path up the mountain was difficult, and the path down the mountain was also very dangerous. From time to time, there would be insect mists and lightning attacks, causing them to be flustered. Grape was puzzled. What's there to see about those people? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Don't you find it strange? We've been in the world within the fruit for at least a month. Why haven't they come down the mountain yet? Grape seemed to think seriously for a moment and nodded. Now that you mention it, it is indeed strange. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Unless the time in the world within the fruit is different from the outside world. He had been entangled with the man surnamed Go in the world within the fruit for more than a month, but not much time had passed in the outside world. With a wave of his hand, one of the cultivators was pulled closer. This person was the closest to Yang Kai and was in the middle of dodging a lightning attack. When he suddenly returned to the mountain peak, he wanted to cry but had no tears. "Lord Yang, please spare my life. I am Di Tian, and my leader is also friends with you. Master, please spare my life." Yang Kai gently said, "Don't be afraid, I have something to ask you." "Please ask, Master. I will tell you everything I know. How long has it been since your leader entered the world within the fruit?" The cultivator was startled. He didn't know why Yang Kai would ask about this, but he didn't dare to hide anything. He hurriedly said, "Only the time it takes to brew a cup of tea." As expected, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Just as he had guessed, the time in the world within the fruit was completely different from the outside world. Chapter 4105. He had been a little worried that he had spent too much time in the world within the fruit and was in danger of falling into the land of immortality. Now, it seemed that this worry was unnecessary. No wonder he had taken the lead before the others had come out. The time in the world within the fruit was different from the outside world. He had spent more than a month in the world fruit, but only a few minutes had passed in the outside world. Letting go of Di Tian's cultivator and patting his shoulder, Yang Kai said, "Be careful when you go down the mountain." The cultivator was a little bewildered, but he didn't dare to stay any longer. He thanked Yang Kai and went down the mountain again. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at the fruits on the tree. His eyes flickered. Suddenly, his figure blurred as he pounced in front of a fruit and reached out to grab it. However, he didn't fall into the world fruit like last time. Instead, an unimaginable repulsive force came from the fruit. No matter how hard Yang Kai tried, he couldn't hold his hand tightly, let alone touch the world fruit. He tried a little harder, but the world fruit actually bounced him back. Seeing this, Pu Baixiong scratched his head and said, "Master, didn't that little fatty say that only one person can enter the world fruit? Everyone only has one chance to obtain the world fruit. Now that you've already obtained one, how can you enter again? There's no harm in trying." Yang Kai was a little unhappy. Although he had obtained a world fruit, it was only a low-grade world fruit. It could only help the cultivator reach the 3rd grade to split open the heavens. Such a fruit wasn't very valuable, so he naturally wasn't satisfied. Unfortunately, it was just as Shuzhen had said before. Everyone only had one chance. He couldn't even touch the world fruit now. He tried a few more times, but he still failed. Yang Kai didn't give up and walked around the world tree in circles. There were so many fruits hanging on the tree, and he had only obtained one. How could he give up? Not to mention the extremely rare high-grade world fruit, even if he could obtain a mid-grade one, this trip wouldn't have been in vain. After a while, Yang Kai seemed to have thought of something. His eyes lit up as he stopped and looked up with shining eyes. Pu Baixiong was speechless. "Master, what do you want to do now?" Yang Kai ignored him and instead took him and the little mushroom into the small sealed world, immersing his divine sense into the small sealed world and communicating with Meng Hong and the others for a while. After a short while, with a thought, 2 figures appeared in front of him. They were Meng Hong and Lang Qingshan. Both of them raised their heads to look at the sky, their eyes filled with infatuation. After a while, Meng Hong said, "This is the 3,000 Worlds tree. That fruit can help a heaven-opening realm cultivator directly advance by 1 stage. Although he was born in the Great Moon Prefecture, the Great Moon Prefecture was not a big force. He had never heard of a thing like the 3,000 World tree before. It was an existence that could help a heaven-opening realm cultivator advance by 1 stage. What kind of heaven-defying divine object was this? Yang Kai nodded and said, "Yes, this is the 3,000 Worlds tree, and the fruit is the world fruit. However, the world inside the fruit is dangerous. If you fall into it, you may never be able to escape. Brother Meng, please consider it carefully." Meng Hong shook his head and said, "With such a lucky chance placed before my eyes, if this Meng doesn't risk my life and take a gamble, then what's the point of cultivating? Just stay at home and embroider." His eyes were full of eagerness. Ever since he entered the great cosmological realm, his journey had been smooth sailing. First, he met Yang Kai and followed Yang Kai to Red Star City. Although he suffered a setback emotionally, he gained back what he lost. He broke through and stood up, condensing the 5th grade fire element. Over the years, he had condensed the 3 powers of earth, metal, and water. The remaining materials of the wood element had also been collected. He only had to wait for the time to refine them in the future to have hope of advancing to the 5th grade heaven-opening realm. However, he also knew that all of this was relying on Yang Kai's protection. The 5th grade fire element was given to him by Yang Kai, and the other materials were also collected in Red Star City. If not for Yang Kai's support, he would not have been able to achieve so much. He engraved this kindness in his heart, but it was also as heavy as a mountain. He had been thinking about how to repay this kindness. Now, the fruit hanging all over the 3,000 Worlds tree was an opportunity. Yang Kai did not know what he was thinking. Seeing that he could not persuade him, he did not say anything more and only reminded him to be careful. Meng Hong smiled and said, "Don't worry, Brother Yang. I will definitely return safely." After saying that, his figure flashed and rushed toward a world fruit, directly rushing into the world within the fruit and disappearing. At the side, Lang Qingshan was dumbfounded. Although he had heard Yang Kai explain the various miracles of the world fruit, hearing about it was one thing and seeing it with his own eyes was another. "Master, what should I do?" Lang Qingshan asked. "Go in, and bring me in as well." Yang Kai smiled. Lang Qingshan was puzzled at first, but then he suddenly understood. Yang Kai threw the sealed world bead to him and said solemnly, I don't know if I can go in smoothly. If I can't, summon everyone else. At that time, we will work together to decipher the mystery of the world within the fruit. Yes. Lang Qingshan took the sealed world bead and responded solemnly. He turned his head to look at the fruit tree and said, Master, which fruit should I choose? It's up to you, it depends on your luck. As Yang Kai spoke, his figure flashed and entered the small sealed world bead. His mind penetrated the small sealed world bead and observed the situation outside, secretly praying. He had tested before and found that he could no longer approach the world fruit with his own strength, let alone enter the world within the fruit. However, there were still dozens of people hidden in the small sealed world bead. Did those people count as having entered the world fruit? Yang Kai was not sure before, but after seeing Meng Hong enter the world within the fruit successfully, he was sure that those people hidden in the small sealed world bead did not count as having entered the world fruit. This way, he could also hide in the world fruit and let others bring him in. This was a trick that only Yang Kai could use. There were many people hidden in the small sealed world bead and each of them had a chance to enter the world within the fruit. If everything went well, he would be able to harvest at least dozens of world fruits. With so many world fruits, there would definitely be mid-rank ones, maybe even high-rank ones. However, all of this was just his own conjecture. Whether it was true or not, he could only wait for Lang Qingshan to verify it. Under Yang Kai's close attention, Lang Qingshan's eyes locked onto a world fruit. His figure leaped and like a rock spreading its wings, he pounced towards the fruit and disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, Lang Qingshan was already inside the world within the fruit. In the small sealed world bead, Yang Kai, who had been paying attention to him, was dumbfounded and asked in astonishment, Qingshan, what happened to you? Lang Qingshan was puzzled and replied, Master, please instruct me. Look at yourself. Yang Kai quickly reminded him. Lang Qingshan released his divine sense and scanned himself, then froze on the spot. What's wrong? What's wrong? Scabby Head approached Yang Kai and asked. The others also looked puzzled, wondering what had happened in the outside world to make Yang Kai so surprised. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and waved his hand. The scene of the outside world immediately appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone was stunned when they looked at it. Immediately after, Scabby Head laughed out loud while holding his stomach. My lord, could that dumb guy be Lang Qingshan? Yang Kai nodded, it should be him. Scabby Head laughed so hard that tears almost flowed out of his eyes. How did it become like this? Someone asked in surprise. Yang Kai didn't know how to answer. His figure flickered and he got out of the small sealed world bead and came to the world within the fruit. He was full of vigilance. After all, he had entered the world within the fruit once before and picked a world fruit. Now that he had entered again by cheating, he didn't know if there would be any abnormalities. There was indeed an abnormality. The world principles of this world within the fruit were corroding his body. Yang Kai could clearly feel some unexpected changes in his body, but it didn't push him out. He scanned with his divine sense and sighed, sure enough. Master. Lang Qingshan's voice sounded from the side, sounding uncertain. Yang Kai wanted to nod, but he couldn't. He could only respond. Master, why am I? Lang Qingshan's voice sounded a little flustered. It should be caused by the world principles of this world. Once you leave this world, you will naturally return to normal. Don't worry too much, Yang Kai comforted. In the small sealed world, the group of people stared at the scene outside in a daze. There was no sign of Yang Kai or Lang Qingshan in the scene, only two swords. The two rusty iron swords looked like scraps that had been left in a corner for many years. However, the faces of Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan were still on the surface of the two swords. They looked very funny, especially Lang Qingshan, who had a sad look on his face, almost catching up to Aku. Master has also become like this, Scabby Head said in surprise. Could it be that as long as you enter this world, you will become a sword? What a strange world. Outside, Yang Kai couldn't help sighing. The world inside the fruit he had entered before was made up of countless bubbles and had no effect on the cultivator's body, but the world in front of him now caused him to transform into a sword. It seemed that the worlds inside each of the world fruits were different. Fortunately, he had entered this world safely with the help of the small sealed world. As a rusty sword, he had no hands or feet. Yang Kai tried to sense his own strength, but he couldn't mobilize it at all. He tried to walk around, but the rusty sword that he had transformed into bounced forward. This is a little troublesome. On the surface of the sword, Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Lang Qingshan looked at him anxiously, not knowing what to do. At this moment, a series of knocking sounds were heard. Lang Qingshan was startled. "Master, someone is coming." Yang Kai turned around and looked in the direction of the sound. He was speechless. A sword is coming. Not far away, a rusty sword that looked similar to them was bouncing toward them. It didn't take long for it to reach them. Lang Qingshan took a step forward and said, "Brother." Before he could finish, the rusty sword suddenly jumped up high and slashed at Lang Qingshan's head. Chapter 4106. Lang Qingshan was shocked and instinctively wanted to dodge. However, he had transformed into a rusted sword and was no longer his original body. Due to the inconvenience, he fell to the ground. He was only a rusted sword now. If he were to be hit by such an attack, he would probably break into two. With a clang, Yang Kai charged over and blocked the rusted sword. The sword trembled slightly from the impact and rust flew everywhere. Lang Qingshan was still in a daze. Yang Kai was already engaged in a fierce battle with the rusted sword. He shouted as he fought, "Get it!" Lang Qingshan no longer hesitated after receiving the order. He stood up and attacked from the side. In the small sealed world, Scabbyhead and the others were dumbfounded. The three rusted swords that looked similar were fighting in full swing. It was a strange scene no matter how one looked at it. It was the first time Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan faced an enemy in such a strange manner. However, under the suppression of the world's laws, they couldn't exert any of their strength. At first, the two of them weren't used to it. They were hit by the rusted sword a few times and a few cracks appeared on their swords. However, as time passed, the two of them gradually gained control of their bodies. With their combined strength, the rusted sword could only parry their attacks. In less than half a cup of tea's time, Yang Kai chopped down and the rusted sword shattered on the spot. It turned into countless fragments and scattered in all directions. Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan stopped and looked at each other. They were speechless. Although the battle didn't last long, it was still quite difficult. Whether it was Yang Kai or Lang Qingshan, the rusted sword that they had transformed into had some cracks. It was already a rusted sword. Now that there were new cracks, it might not be able to support the next battle. At this moment, a weak light suddenly flew out from the broken rusted sword and entered Yang Kai's body. Immediately after, the cracks on Yang Kai's body healed quickly. Not only that, even some of the rust on his body fell off. Yang Kai also felt that he had gained some strength out of nowhere. "Master, this is..." Lang Qingshan looked over in confusion. He did not understand why Yang Kai would have such a change. Yang Kai carefully sensed it for a while and his eyes lit up. "I understand now. There is a strange energy in this sword that can nourish and strengthen us. And the target of this nourishment is the one who dealt the final blow." The rusted sword was broken by Yang Kai, so the energy in the rusted sword automatically flowed into Yang Kai's body. Lang Qingshan did not get a share of it. Lang Qingshan came to a realization and said, "I see. If that's the case, Master, shouldn't we look for more of these guys?" "Of course." Yang Kai nodded, his sword blade trembling slightly. "Moreover, I estimate that the key to unlocking the mysteries of this world lies here." Without any hesitation, the two swords skipped on the road together. Not long after, they saw three swords coming at them head-on. These three swords were also rusted and looked like they had not been used for many years. Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan looked at each other. The latter said, "Master, I'll distract two of them. Come help me after you've destroyed the last one. Be careful." Yang Kai exhorted. Lang Qingshan responded and rushed towards the three swords. He had only taken a few steps when the swords noticed him and rushed towards him. Lang Qingshan turned around and ran. Yang Kai attacked horizontally and targeted one of the rusted swords. Finally, he attracted its attention. The long sword that Yang Kai transformed into had been nourished previously. Its body was complete and it looked better than before. Its blade was sharper and it knew how to dodge more agilely. In a one-on-one fight, this rusted sword was no match for him at all. In just a moment, Yang Kai shattered the rusted sword. As expected, a strange energy gushed out from the fragments and entered Yang Kai's body. It made him feel like his strength had increased. Before he could feel it carefully, Lang Qingshan had already lured the other two rusted swords back. Yang Kai faced them directly. With Lang Qingshan's help, he shattered the other two swords in no time. Yang Kai gave the opportunity to shatter the two rusted swords to Lang Qingshan so that he could become like him. In the following days, the two of them searched for prey and kept strengthening themselves. This world was a world of swords. The rules were strange. The cultivator who entered this world would also transform into a sword. He could not use his own strength at all. Some of the swords were strong while some were weak. Generally speaking, the strength of a sword could be inferred from its appearance. When Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan first entered this place, they were both rusted swords, the lowest level of existence. After killing some swords and receiving nourishment, the rust on their bodies quickly fell off and turned into bronze swords, glowing with a bronze luster. After a while, the bronze swords turned into black iron swords. They were many times stronger than before. The two of them were proficient in cooperation. They killed along the way. Even if there were only the two of them, they were not afraid when facing enemies dozens of times stronger than them. They could often kill all the enemies. The most dangerous time was when the two of them provoked a silver sword. They were chased by the silver sword for a day and a night. Lang Qingshan was almost cut in half at the waist in order to cover Yang Kai's retreat. Fortunately, Yang Kai turned around and saved him. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone in the small sealed world was also frightened. After nearly a month of exploration, the two of them gradually gained a full understanding of this world. It was another crazy massacre. Hundreds of bronze and black iron swords were shattered. Broken blades were scattered all over the ground. Strange energy poured into Yang Kai's body from all directions. The black iron sword that he transformed into stood in the middle of the battlefield. The body of the sword faintly showed signs of turning from black to white. The blade also became sharper and sharper, flashing with a cold light. When the last ray of light flew out from a broken black iron sword and entered Yang Kai's body, a clear sword cry resounded in the world. The light on Yang Kai's body flowed endlessly. The black iron sword quickly evolved into a silver sword. The power that was several times stronger than before flowed through the sword. Yang Kai could not help but feel that he could cut through everything. "Congratulations, Master. Congratulations, Master," Lang Qingshan said from the side. He still had a black iron sword body. In this battle, although he had put in a lot of effort, he hadn't managed to break any of the swords. All the benefits had flowed into Kai Yang's body, all for the sake of allowing him to advance to a silver sword. Yang Kai opened his eyes and smiled. "Let's go, Qingshan. Let's take revenge." Previously, when they were chased by that silver sword, the two of them almost died in this world. Now that Yang Kai had the qualifications to compete with him, he naturally had to get back at him. Half a day later, the two of them arrived at the top of a valley. This valley was surrounded by mountains on three sides. At the foot of the mountain, thousands of long swords of different grades were busy working. The clanking sounds were endless. When the two of them came here last time, they realized that these swords seemed to be mining a type of mineral. The mineral was very special. The energy that it contained could allow any sword to grow tremendously. The one that was guarding this place was a silver sword. He had 50 black iron swords and over 200 bronze swords under his command. As for those rusted swords, there were thousands of them. To Yang Kai, this valley was a huge piece of meat. If he could destroy this valley, his power would definitely skyrocket again. Lang Qingshan's advancement to a silver sword would also be set in stone. "Master, What should we do now? Do you need me to lure some of them away? No need. Yang Kai looked straight at the only silver sword at the bottom of the valley. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. I will go take care of it. You be careful. As soon as he finished his words, he leaped down from the top of the valley. The wind whistled and the blade shone with a cold light. The silver sword that was guarding this place seemed to have sensed something. The sword tilted and looked up. An old face appeared on the sword and shouted angrily, "Bastard, you still dare to show yourself." Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan had met him before and escaped from his pursuit. Naturally, he would not forget Yang Kai's face. The swords in this world all had their own consciousness. However, the lower the grade, the lower the consciousness. Those rusted swords could not communicate at all. At the level of a silver sword, their intelligence was more complete. As he spoke, the old silver sword turned around and faced Yang Kai. Yang Kai laughed, "Old dog, don't be so arrogant. This time, I will take your life." Bringing with it a ferocious momentum, it slashed down towards the old silver sword. With a hong sound, the old silver sword was sent flying several tens of meters. Kai Yang also felt dizzy, but fortunately he had already anticipated this, so he quickly recovered. Without losing any of his momentum, he continued to charge forward. There were guards beside the silver sword. They were a few black iron swords and a dozen bronze swords. At this moment, they all rushed forward and surrounded Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned his sword and attacked crazily. After a series of clanking sounds, the black iron swords and bronze swords exploded. Streams of energy flew out from the fragments and entered Yang Kai's body, increasing his strength again. Seeing this, the silver sword shouted angrily, "Get out of my way." In this world of swords, every increase in grade meant a huge increase in strength. Those black iron swords and bronze swords were no match for Yang Kai. They would only be courting death if they forced their way forward. They would also strengthen Yang Kai's strength. Naturally, the old silver sword did not want to see this scene. After ordering his subordinates to retreat, the silver sword faced Yang Kai. The two silver swords immediately turned into two white lights, causing sand and stones to fly. At the same time, Lang Qingshan also broke into the valley. Those black iron swords in the valley saw this and naturally swarmed forward. Lang Qingshan did not bother with them at all. He jumped around in the valley, looking for those bronze and rusted swords. He killed them one by one and devoured their strength to strengthen himself. In an instant, the valley was divided into two battlefields. One was the life and death battle between Yang Kai and the pale silver sword. The other was Lang Qingshan leading countless long swords in circles in the valley. The scene was very lively. Yang Kai had just been promoted to a silver sword. Logically speaking, his sword was not as strong as the old silver sword, and his blade was not as sharp. After all, the old silver sword had been promoted for a long time and had been at this level for a long time. In a battle between the two, Yang Kai should be at a disadvantage and not be his opponent. But in fact, the two silver swords were evenly matched. Most of the time, Yang Kai even had the upper hand, because Yang Kai knew how to change, and the old silver sword's moves were too rigid. Chapter 4107. After fighting for a while, the old silver sword was completely at a disadvantage. Yang Kai tried to clash with it several times, wanting to cut it in half. In the end, not only did he not gain any advantage, he was also at a disadvantage. After all, the old silver sword had been immersed in this level for a longer time. Whether it was the hardness of the sword or the sharpness of the blade, it was not something that Yang Kai could compare with. After each clash, not only did it not damage the old silver sword, it even caused a few small cracks to appear on Yang Kai's sword. Seeing a good opportunity, the old silver sword switched from defense to offense, and quickly took the initiative. Yang Kai fought and retreated, and soon came to the place where a group of black iron bronze swords were gathered. He turned around and shook his sword, shattering the black iron silver swords, absorbing their power to repair himself. When the sword was complete, he turned around and attacked again. After a few times, the old silver sword cried out loudly, but there was nothing it could do. After half an hour, the old silver sword's body also had a few small cracks. Although its body was much sturdier than Kai Yang's, it still couldn't withstand Kai Yang's continuous attacks, so it would eventually be damaged. Sensing that something was wrong, the old silver sword immediately retreated, rushing towards its subordinates not far away. How could Yang Kai not know what it was thinking? It clearly had the same idea as him, wanting to kill those low-level swords to nourish himself and repair his sword. Therefore, as soon as it made a move, Yang Kai immediately rushed forward and killed the black iron bronze swords before the old silver sword could make a move, causing its plan to fail. The old silver sword was even angrier. It felt that the opponent in front of it was as cunning as a ghost, and very difficult to deal with. After another 2 hours of fierce fighting, Kai Yang continued to fight, unscathed. On the other hand, the old silver sword's body was in tatters, as if it could break apart at any moment. It had tried countless times to kill its own subordinates to make up for its injuries, but Kai Yang had acted before it could. The few times it succeeded, it didn't gain much from it. Under this situation, the old silver sword became more and more unbearable, but Yang Kai's attacks became fiercer and fiercer. Suddenly, the old silver sword staggered and almost fell to the ground. How could Yang Kai miss such a good opportunity? His eyes lit up as he rushed forward and slashed at the gap in the opponent's sword. If this slash landed, Yang Kai had an 80% chance of breaking the silver sword. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a trace of inexplicable horror, as if something extremely bad was about to happen. Almost instinctively, Yang Kai dodged to the side. At the same time, the old silver sword that was about to fall to the ground suddenly steadied itself. A strange smile appeared on the old face on the sword. It turned the sword around, and at the tip of the sword, a sharp ray of light was emitted. It faced Yang Kai's sword. Sword ray. Yang Kai was shocked. How could he not know that he had fallen into this old ghost's trap? This old man had been holding back and pretending not to be a match for him, all for the sake of this moment. This was the first time he had encountered a silver sword, and he had never known that a silver sword could actually spit out sword aura. Although he did not know how powerful this sword aura was, he was sure that if he was hit by it, he would not have a good ending. Fortunately, he had sensed that something was wrong and twisted his body. The sword aura brushed past his sword. Yang Kai clearly heard the sound of something shattering. His heart sank, and he did not care. He aimed at the biggest gap on the old silver sword's body and slashed down. With a crisp cracking sound, fragments flew everywhere. The expression on the old silver sword's face was one of horror. Yang Kai's slash had almost cut him in half. He had been pretending to be weak, and had been beaten to a pulp by Yang Kai. He had wanted to trick Yang Kai, but who knew that Yang Kai's battle instinct was extremely strong. He had seen through the danger at the most critical moment and avoided the fatal blow. This had put him in an extremely awkward situation. Yang Kai also fell to the ground. On the sword body, there was a huge gap that was extremely terrifying. It was just a little bit more and it would have broken. This time, it was a lose-lose situation. In the next instant, the two silver swords flipped over and charged towards the nearby black iron bronze swords at the same time. At this moment, whether it was Yang Kai or the old silver sword, they no longer had the capital to fight with the other party, so they could only first kill the lower-level existences to repair themselves. A white light came from the sky and blocked the old silver sword's path. On the sword, Lang Qingshan's face was cold and resolute. Yang Kai and the old silver sword had been fighting for such a long time. Lang Qingshan had killed 200 to 300 swords and successfully promoted himself to the silver sword. At the crucial moment, he came to help Yang Kai. The old silver sword's face turned ashen. He froze on the spot and did not dare to move. After a while, Yang Kai returned. His sword body was still a little damaged, but after absorbing a lot of energy, it was no longer in danger of being damaged. Be careful of its sword aura. Yang Kai stared at the flickering sword aura on the old silver sword and warned Lang Qingshan. The sword aura was too powerful. If he had not dodged in time, he would not have ended up well. Master, be careful too, Lang Qingshan said. He leaped and slashed at the old silver sword. At the critical moment of life and death, the old silver sword was not willing to wait for death. He immediately fought with Lang Qingshan. Yang Kai came from the side and joined the battle. With 2 against 1, even if the old silver sword could still emit sword aura, the outcome would not be good. In less than 10 minutes, Yang Kai found an opportunity and slashed at the huge gap. A crisp sound was heard. The old silver sword was broken into 2. Rich light gushed out from the broken sword and rushed into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai looked at himself and saw that the damaged parts on his sword body recovered quickly. There was a silver luster and it was more stable than before. Killing an opponent of the same level was obviously a huge gain for him. Not only that, after devouring the essence of the old silver sword, Yang Kai clearly felt that he had something else. His heart skipped a beat. On the tip of the sword aura was emitting. Ha. Yang Kai could not help but laugh. Yang Kai was envious when he saw the sword aura that the old silver sword used. He thought that he would need more time before he could possess the sword aura. Who knew that his dream would come true at this moment? Now, it seemed that after devouring the power of the old silver sword, he had also inherited its ability. With the sword aura, Yang Kai's ability had increased by more than 30%. Master, what should we do with these guys? Should we kill them all? Lang Qingshan looked ahead and asked. There were originally thousands of long swords of different levels in the valley. However, Lang Qingshan had killed 200 to 300 of them. When Yang Kai and the old silver sword were fighting, they had also killed many of them. Now, only half of them were left. Most of them were rusted swords and some were bronze swords. There were only slightly more than 20 black iron swords. At this moment, these swords were pushing pieces of ores to Yang Kai. The faces on the swords were obedient and they stood there neatly. Lang Qingshan was stunned. They seemed to want to submit to you. Yang Kai naturally saw this. It seemed that after he killed the old silver sword, the long swords in the valley did not have the courage to resist. In other words, this was the rule of this world. Since they are willing to submit to me, I won't kill them. Yang Kai glanced around. After killing so many swords, both Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan could feel that if they wanted to improve themselves, it would be best to kill existences of the same level as them. Killing those of lower levels would not improve them much. Although there were many long swords in the valley, even if they were all killed, they would not be of much help to the 2 of them. On the contrary, the ores that they offered caught Yang Kai's attention. Before he came, he realized that there seemed to be some special energy in the ores that could strengthen the swords. These ores were similar to the swords. They were divided into a few levels. Miscellaneous ores, bronze ores, black iron ores. Yang Kai even saw a small piece of silver ore that was the size of a fist. He turned his sword around and skipped to the silver ore. He stabbed his sword into it. As expected, Yang Kai felt a surge of energy flowing into his body, making him slightly stronger. However, this kind of strength was not as good as the benefits from killing a silver sword, but it was better than nothing. After a short while, the energy in the silver ore was completely devoured by Yang Kai. It turned into dust and scattered on the ground. After devouring some black iron ores, he realized that the result was the same. About every 10 ores that he devoured was equivalent to the benefits of killing a sword of the same level. But if that was the case, Yang Kai could understand why the old silver sword had kept his subordinates alive. Keeping them here to mine would allow him to have a steady stream of harvests, while killing them was just a one-time benefit. In the long run, it was naturally better to keep them alive. After letting the hundreds of swords continue to mine the ores, Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan began to devour the energy in the ores to strengthen themselves. 5 days later, when Yang Kai was devouring the energy in the ores, Lang Qingshan rushed in with a few black iron swords. He said excitedly, "Master, we found a foothold. There are 3 silver swords in it." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "Where?" Lang Qingshan wanted to point in a direction, but unfortunately, he did not have any limbs. He said helplessly, "It's a day's journey to the northwest." "How's the enemy's strength?" Lang Qingshan said solemnly, "There are quite a lot of them. There are more than 5,000 of them. Other than the 3 silver swords, there are at least 200 black iron sword." Yang Kai clicked his tongue. Indeed, there are quite a lot of them. However, a lot of them might not be enough. "Qingshan, bring all of them. We're going to battle." Lang Qingshan said excitedly. Yes. He had been absorbing the energy in the ores for the past few days, but the results were minimal. Yang Kai finally realized that absorbing ores alone would not work if he wanted to increase his strength quickly. If he really wanted to stay here for many years, it would indeed be a long-term plan. However, he was in a hurry to solve the mystery of this world and obtain the world fruit. How could he waste time? It was faster and more practical to kill beings of the same level. The 3 silver swords were equivalent to years of accumulation of ores that he had devoured. Chapter 4108. This was also a mountain valley, but it was several times larger than the one Yang Kai had plundered. Along the mountain walls, there were many mine shafts, and many different colored swords could be seen weaving in and out of them, mining for ores. 3 silver swords each occupied a corner, and countless ores were piled up in front of them, absorbing energy. Yang Kai stood on the hillside with Lang Qingshan beside him. Behind them were hundreds of miscellaneous soldiers. Although they had hundreds of swords, they were completely incomparable to the enemy's formation. In terms of numbers, the enemy was 10 times more than them. If they were to really fight, the hundreds of swords on their side would not even be enough to fill the gaps between the enemy's teeth. Master, the silver sword in the middle should be the strongest, and the ones on the left and right are slightly weaker. Looking at their colors, the silver sword in the middle should be able to absorb sword rays, said Lang Qingshan. Yang Kai nodded. Lang Qingshan was right. The 3 silver swords had different strengths and weaknesses, and it was obvious from the color of their colors. The one in the middle was indeed stronger, and its color was deeper than Yang Kai's. Although the other 2 silver swords were not as strong as Yang Kai's, they should be stronger than Lang Qingshan. Of course, this was only judging from the toughness of the sword and the sharpness of the blade. If they were to really fight, it was hard to say who would be stronger. Yang Kai had just leveled up to silver sword, and he had already cut down a sword that could absorb sword rays. He had relied on his years of battle experience. These silver swords were guarding a corner, and they relied on the energy in the ores to strengthen themselves. Although they were not bad, it was hard to say how much they could perform in a fight. Master, please tell me what to do, asked Lang Qingshan in a serious tone. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and observed for a while. He then said slowly, Qingshan, do you have the confidence to deal with the silver sword in the middle? The 3 silver swords each occupied a corner, which gave Yang Kai a chance to break through one by one. The one in the middle was the strongest, and if he were to really fight with it, it would take a long time to determine the winner. However, if he could kill the other 2 swords and then deal with it, it would be much easier. Yes, answered Lang Qingshan in a deep voice without hesitation. Then be careful. I'll help you after I kill the other 2 silver swords. Yang Kai warned, turned his head, looked at the hundreds of swords he brought, and ordered, charge. There was a limit to the strength of these several hundred soldiers. Rather than that, it was better to use them as a distraction. Even if they were all wiped out, Yang Kai would not feel the pinch. The hundreds of swords were submissive, and the 20 or so black iron swords that were leading the group all had a terrified expression on their faces. They all had their own intelligence, so they naturally knew what would happen if they rushed over. Seeing this, Yang Kai turned his sword and shattered the 2 black iron swords in front of him. He said coldly, "Go down, or I'll kill all of you." This act of killing the chicken to warn the monkeys had some effect. Although the remaining long swords looked uneasy, they were intimidated by Yang Kai's majesty and did not dare to delay any longer. Under the lead of the black iron swords, they rushed down the valley. As soon as he moved, the long swords in the valley immediately sensed it. The 3 silver swords also stopped devouring the ore's energy and looked over. Master, I'm going. Lang Qingshan shouted and went straight for the strongest silver sword in the middle. He charged all the way and was unstoppable. Now that he was also a silver sword body, long swords that were lower than this level could not compete with him at all. He opened up a path in the enemy's army, leaving behind countless broken swords. Seeing that the attention of the swords in the valley was attracted, Yang Kai moved slowly. He did not rush down the valley directly, but ran towards another mountain peak. Clanking sounds could be heard at the foot of the mountain. The hundreds of swords on his side were broken one by one. Rays of energy flowed and entered the bodies of the killers, strengthening their strength. Looking at the situation, the entire army would be wiped out in less than half an hour. Yang Kai had already expected this, so he did not care and quickly arrived at the mountain peak. Looking down, a silver sword was watching the battlefield below, oblivious to the danger that was already above its head. Yang Kai leaped up and slashed at the silver sword. The wind whistled, and on the tip of the sword ray was like the tongue of a spirit snake, full of murderous intent. When the silver sword realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. Yang Kai slashed at the hilt of the sword, and the sharp sword ray broke the body of the sword, shattering it into pieces. With just one strike, Bai Yinjian had lost his life. Of course, the battle in the valley attracted its attention, and Yang Kai took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. However, the biggest reason was the contribution of the sword ray. It was originally slightly weaker than Yang Kai, so it would not have a good ending if it was hit by the sword ray. Even if Yang Kai was hit by the sword ray, he was almost cut into two. Yang Kai did not stop, and after destroying the silver sword, he immediately rushed to the other silver sword. Behind him, a thick light entered his body, making Yang Kai's sword ray more condensed and powerful. In the valley, chaos ensued. Countless long swords blocked the way. Yang Kai swung his sword, and the sword ray flickered, reaping the lives of those long swords. Everywhere he passed, the wind screamed and the crane screamed. Behind him, rays of light followed, creating a dazzling brilliance. Seeing Yang Kai so fierce, the silver sword was obviously frightened. It did not dare to stay in the same place, and rushed toward the silver sword in the middle, obviously wanting to seek protection. But how could Yang Kai let it do as it wished? Putting all his strength into it, the sword ray suddenly grew. After he killed the first silver sword, he obtained the power of the sword gleam. However, the sword gleam was only 3 inches long. After he killed the second silver sword, the sword gleam grew by 2 inches. Along the way, he killed countless other long swords. At this moment, the sword gleam was 6 inches long. At this moment, with all his strength, the sword ray grew by another inch. But even so, the distance between him and the silver sword was getting farther and farther, because there were too many long swords blocking his path. There were black iron swords, bronze swords, and even rusted swords. Although they were not Yang Kai's opponent, they were able to obstruct his advance. Moreover, the continuous attacks made Yang Kai's sword tremble. Many ants could always bite an elephant to death. In just a short while, Yang Kai's body had some grain-sized cuts, but after killing the enemy swords, these cuts quickly healed and repeated. In the small sealed world, Scabby Head and the others had been paying attention to the scene outside, and at this moment, they were all shocked. If Yang Kai could not stop this silver sword, Lang Qingshan would be in danger after it converged with the one in the middle. Lang Qingshan was not the opponent of the silver sword in the middle, and at this moment, he was surrounded by danger. If it were not for Lang Qingshan's rich combat experience, he would have been dead by now. However, although they were very worried, there was nothing they could do to help. Yang Kai could not even activate the small sealed world at this time, so he could not release them. Even if he could release them, with the strange rules of this world, they were just rusted swords, unable to play the slightest role. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. Seeing the silver sword getting farther and farther away from him, Yang Kai's eyes widened in anger. Raising his sword, the tip of his sword suddenly lit up and he slashed out, shouting angrily, "Die!" On the tip of the sword, a sword ray suddenly shot out and turned into a stream of sword chi. Wherever it passed, it destroyed hundreds of swords in an instant and slashed directly onto the body of the silver sword. After unleashing this attack, Kai Yang fell to the ground, the silver light on his body becoming incomparably dim. This strike had drained all of his strength. In the small sealed world, someone's face turned pale. "It's over." Scabby Head's eyes lit up. "What's over?" "Master won." Many people didn't know why he said this, but they understood in the next moment. Rays of light suddenly shot into Yang Kai's body from all directions, causing his dull luster to regain its former luster. These rays of light were the energy from the swords he had just killed. Yang Kai's strike just now had drained him of his strength, but he had also killed a lot of enemies, so he was instantly replenished. Slowly getting up, Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he thought to himself, sure enough, when I obtained this sword light, Yang Kai had thought that since there was sword light, would there be sword chi after cultivating it to a certain extent? Now that he had gone all out, he had really managed to produce sword chi, but his foundation was still too weak, so a single sword chi had drained him of all his strength. The countless long swords around all looked over in horror, but none of them dared to move forward. The sword chi just now had really frightened them. Yang Kai coldly snorted and stepped forward, arriving in front of the silver sword. This silver sword was cut by his sword chi, but it didn't shatter immediately. However, the sword was now covered in cracks, as if it would shatter with a single touch. Seeing Yang Kai standing in front of it, the silver sword wanted to get up, but the slightest movement would cause fragments to fall off. Yang Kai didn't show any mercy, cutting it into several pieces with a single slash. Another stream of dense energy flowed into his body. In a flash, Kai Yang was brimming with energy. Furthermore, he was even stronger than before. Looking over, Lang Qingshan was in imminent danger. He was being beaten up by the strongest silver sword, causing him to jump up and down. There was already a gap between them, so Lang Qingshan didn't dare to face it head-on. Instead, he often circled around it. As a result, the already disadvantaged situation became even worse, and there were many cracks on the sword's body. If this situation continued, if Yang Kai didn't go to help, Lang Qingshan would die here in less than half a cup of tea's time. At this critical moment, Yang Kai suddenly shouted, "Qingshan, back off." Without hesitation, Lang Qingshan left the battle circle, and Yang Kai came out from behind him, facing the enemy's sword. Half an hour later, along with a crisp cracking sound, the last silver sword shattered. Yang Kai's body was in tatters, but he stood on the spot, bathed in energy, and the damaged parts were quickly repaired. This silver sword was originally stronger than Yang Kai, but Yang Kai had killed 2 of its companions and many of its subordinates, and directly grew to a level where they were evenly matched. Their strengths were similar, so how could it be Yang Kai's opponent? Even though it fought with its life on the line, it still couldn't avoid following in its companion's footsteps. Chapter 4109. The clamor gradually died down as the 3 silver swords were cut in half one after another. The thousands of swords in this mountain valley had no leader and had actually given up all resistance. Just like in the first mountain valley, the black iron swords pushed the pieces of ore in front of Kai Yang, expressing their allegiance. Perhaps this was the rule of the world in the fruit. As long as one could kill the enemy leader, he would be able to take over the forces under his command. When they came here, they brought hundreds of miscellaneous troops. After this battle, they gained 10 times the number of troops. It could be said that they gained a lot. Furthermore, the ores in this valley were much more abundant than the previous one. Many of them were silver ores. If they could devour them, it would be greatly beneficial to Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan. In this battle, the hundreds of swords brought by Yang Kai suffered a great loss. It could be said that they were completely annihilated. Many of the thousands of swords in the valley were also damaged. Letting Lang Qingshan shatter those broken longswords would increase his strength on one hand, and on the other hand, it would save him some extra burdens. In the next few days, the 2 of them stayed in the valley and devoured the energy in the ores. Normal ores were not useful to them. They only devoured silver ores. They rewarded the ores below silver ores, which greatly increased the strength of many black iron swords. 7 days later, Lang Qingshan successfully cultivated the sword ray and improved his strength. During this time, Yang Kai also sent out dozens of troops to gather information. If he and Lang Qingshan wanted to continue growing, they could only search for more silver swords to kill. However, they were not sure where the silver swords could be found in the world in the fruit, so they could only gather information slowly. The troops returned one after another, bringing good information to Yang Kai. Another 2 days later, the army set off. Under the leadership of Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan, thousands of swords marched out in a mighty manner. In less than 3 days, they arrived at a stronghold guarded by a silver sword. This stronghold was similar to the place where Yang Kai first annihilated. There was only 1 silver sword guarding and only a few hundred swords under Yang Kai's command. How could they resist the fierce army of young Kai? Thousands of swords charged forward and tore apart the enemy's formation. Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan took the opportunity to attack. The silver sword did not even have the chance to form a sword ray, and was shattered by Yang Kai's sword after 2 rounds. The leader was dead, and the remaining swords had all surrendered to him. Without stopping, Yang Kai led his army of swords to the next stronghold guarded by a silver sword. They swept through the strongholds one after another. Some were crushed, and some were bitterly fought. The army under their command grew from thousands to tens of thousands, and then to hundreds of thousands. It was like a rolling snowball. The increase was not only in quantity, but also in quality. There were many more silver swords under his command. These silver swords were originally black iron swords, but after Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan fought for a long time and killed countless opponents, they were able to absorb the power of their opponents and level up. In the army of 100,000, apart from Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan, there were more than 50 silver swords, and thousands of black iron swords. Yang Kai had experience in leading an army, so he divided the army of 100,000 into more than 50 small teams. Each silver sword led a team, and they fought together on the battlefield. Even if the enemy outnumbered them, they could still win. On top of a tall mountain, the army was resting. Yang Kai stood on top of the mountain. His body was glossy, and there were signs of him transforming to the next level. Lang Qingshan stood behind him. "Qingshan, how long have we been here?" Yang Kai suddenly asked. Lang Qingshan answered without hesitation, "Master, it'll be half a year in 4 days." Half a year. Yang Kai clicked his tongue. Previously in the world of bubbles, they were delayed for about a month. He thought that they had spent enough time, but who knew that they would be delayed for half a year in the world of swords? Even though the time in the world of swords was different from the outside world, it was still too long. In the past half a year, although Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan had gained a lot and had been growing, they still had no idea how to solve the mystery of this world. Yang Kai thought that he could see hope if he continued to fight, but he was still confused. This was a little worrying. Without knowing how to solve the mystery of this world, there would be no goal. Without a goal, there would be no motivation to work hard. It was no wonder that Xu Zhen had said that the world within the fruit was dangerous. If one could not decipher it, it was very likely that one would be trapped in it for the rest of one's life. He and Lang Qingshan were currently trapped in this world. So what if they had an army of 100,000? What made Yang Kai even more depressed was that he had reached the end of the silver sword level. Even if he killed other silver swords, his strength wouldn't increase, but he still couldn't advance to the next level. Not only him, but Lang Qingshan too. Although Yang Kai grew faster than Lang Qingshan, in the past half a year, the army had wiped out one stronghold after another. Many silver swords had died in Lang Qingshan's hands. After devouring so much energy, Lang Qingshan had reached a bottleneck. Kai Yang even suspected that there was no such thing as a next stage. Perhaps in this world of swords, the silver sword was the highest level. If that was the case, how could they get out of this world? He had asked the silver swords under his command, but they had no idea. These silver swords were all upgraded step by step from black iron swords, so the information they knew was limited. At this moment, a silver sword leaped to the top of the mountain with an excited expression. "Leader, leader, we found the enemy." Yang Kai turned around and glanced at it. He asked casually, "How many?" "About 10,000. The silver sword came to Yang Kai's side and pointed down the mountain. "They will pass by below in about an hour." Yang Kai pondered for a while and said, "Qingshan, you go and handle it." Although 10,000 was not a small number, it was still not enough in front of his army of 100,000. There was no need for him to take action in such a situation. Anyway, there was no benefit in killing more, so he might as well save some energy. Lang Qingshan left with the order. Yang Kai looked up at the sky with a deep gaze. The information he got from the spies was not wrong. In less than an hour, an army of swords appeared in Yang Kai's vision. It was strange. In this strange world, the swords that had strongholds would usually stay in a corner and would not move easily. They would only look for another stronghold if all the ores in their stronghold were mined. The army of swords in front of him should be on the way to find a new stronghold. However, after Yang Kai took a glance, he was suddenly stunned and frowned slightly. The number of silver swords in this army seemed to be a little too many. In the army of swords, it would be considered good if there were 6 or 7 silver swords. However, Yang Kai saw that there were at least 30 to 40 silver swords. Such a ratio was really frightening. One must know that Yang Kai's army of 100,000 only had 50 silver swords. However, even so, Yang Kai was not too worried. In this half a year, his army had participated in countless battles, big and small. There were even a few chaotic battles between the army of 100,000. It should not be a problem to take down the enemy. To be safe, Yang Kai still sent a message to Lang Qingshan with a silver sword, asking him to be vigilant. After a while, the battle started. Therefore, the information from the spies was more timely. The army of 100,000 had already set up an ambush nearby. When the army of swords walked into the ambush, 50 silver swords under the lead of the silver swords rushed out from all directions and rushed towards the center. What followed was an intense hand-to-hand battle. The sword lights of the silver swords flickered as streaks of silver sword chi filled the air. The black iron swords and the bronze swords fell like straws. In such a battlefield, they had no power to fight back. Every second, there would be swords being shattered. Pure energy would surge out from the swords, nourishing the slayers and increasing their strength. Yang Kai looked down at the entire battlefield. After observing for a while, he retracted his gaze. Although the army of swords was not ordinary, they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. It was impossible for them to be a match for him. It was only a matter of time before they were wiped out. After an hour, the army of swords was left with 30%. They kept shrinking the defensive circle and resisted with difficulty. Lang Qingshan was in the middle of the army, commanding and coordinating the situation. He had the demeanor of a general. After another 30 minutes, the army of swords was left with less than 10%. The defensive circle shrunk again. Lang Qingshan naturally did not hold back. He mobilized his army to attack crazily, hoping to take down the enemy in one go. At this moment, a golden light suddenly spread out from the center of the defensive circle. This golden light was very weak at first, but in the blink of an eye, it was extremely dazzling. Yang Kai's attention was immediately attracted. When he looked down, he saw a layer of golden light fluctuating from the center of the defensive circle. It spread out crazily and instantly covered an area of 1,000 feet. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. He saw that in the midst of the enemy army, a golden sword was rising slowly. The sword halo fluctuated and spread out like ripples. As the ripples spread out, all the long swords that were covered by the ripples stopped fighting. On the surface of the swords, pairs of eyes stared at the golden sword. Their faces were filled with worship, as if they were looking at their king. Yang Kai also fixed his eyes on the golden sword. Although it was only the body of the sword, he could feel his heart beating wildly. Golden sword. There was actually a golden sword in this world. This was something he had never encountered before. Up until now, the strongest he had encountered was only a silver sword. He himself had cultivated to the peak of the silver sword, and could not improve any further. He had never thought that he would actually see a gold sword. And this golden sword was definitely something that surpassed the silver sword. Yang Kai suddenly had a feeling of seeing the moon through the clouds. He was still at a loss and did not know where the future was. But after seeing this golden sword, he suddenly had a goal. Before he could rejoice, there was a sudden change in the battlefield. All the swords that were covered by the golden sword halo, regardless of friend or foe, turned around and attacked Yang Kai's army. Chapter 41:10. Betrayal at the last minute. In this world of swords, all the swords were of different grades. Although there was no such thing as loyalty, Yang Kai had never encountered such a thing in his half a year of leading the army. The army under his command had actually betrayed him. All of his subordinates who were covered by the golden sword's halo turned around and attacked their original comrades. The situation was originally one-sided, but because of the appearance of the golden sword, it became a complete mess. Lang Qingshan obviously did not expect such a change. He quickly arranged the troops and slowly stabilized the situation. There were not many swords that betrayed him. After all, the golden sword's halo only covered an area of 1,000 feet. Anything beyond this area would not be affected. Even so, there were thousands of swords that betrayed him. What made Lang Qingshan feel even more pained was that there were 7 or 8 silver swords among these sword. Before he could think of a countermeasure, the gold sword suddenly turned, and a gold sword chi slashed out, slashing into the army. The golden sword chi swept through everything in its path, destroying everything in its path. All the long swords that came into contact with it were shattered. Even the silver swords were no exception. They could not withstand the sword chi for even a moment. The golden sword slashed out a few more beams of sword chi, causing great damage to Yang Kai's army. Even with Lang Qingshan's coordination, the golden sword's existence seemed to be a natural deterrent to all the swords. The army hesitated to move forward, and some even kept retreating. The situation was chaotic. Lang Qingshan saw the situation and knew that there was no turning back. He could only withdraw his troops and gradually retreat. After half an hour, the battlefield calmed down. The debris on the ground were all left by Yang Kai's army. The golden sword originally had 10,000 swords, but their numbers were not reduced by much. Although many of its subordinates were killed, it still managed to gather a portion of Yang Kai's army. At the moment, there were still 7,000 to 8,000 swords. Watching this battle, Kai Yang's eyes lit up as he stared at the golden sword. He estimated that if he were to rush down and fight it to the death, what would his chances of victory be? Just as he was thinking, the golden sword suddenly raised its body. On the sword's surface, a dignified face met with Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. Not good. In the next moment, the golden sword slashed in the air, and a beam of golden sword chi struck towards Yang Kai's head. With a boom, the mountain that Yang Kai was standing on was split in half. Dust flew everywhere, and the mountain fell to the sides. The golden sword flew over and hovered mid-air, looking around for any trace of Yang Kai, but after a long time finding nothing, he turned around and returned to his camp. Rumble, the mountain fell, and the golden sword's army slowly moved away. Half an hour later, under the collapsed mountain peak, a white light rushed out, its luster dim, and on the surface of this sword was Yang Kai's face, his expression fluctuating uncertainly. He wasn't its opponent, not at all. Although he hadn't met it head-on, just by looking at the golden sword chi, Yang Kai knew that he wasn't its opponent. If he were to fight it alone, he wouldn't be able to last half a cup of tea's time. Using a sea of people would not work either. That kind of existence could intimidate and subdue lower-level beings. No matter how many swords there were, they would not be able to cause any damage to it. Lang Qingshan gathered the remaining troops and returned. Seeing the mess, he was shocked. Looking at Yang Kai's dim sword, he was also shocked. "Master, are you okay?" Lang Qingshan asked nervously. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He looked at Lang Qingshan and said, "Qingshan, do you see that sword?" Lang Qingshan smiled bitterly. "That golden sword's power is unparalleled. I did not do my job well. Please punish me, master." He had lost a lot in this battle. He had just counted the numbers. Out of 100,000, there were only 70,000 left. He had lost 30,000 in this battle. Furthermore, he had lost more than 10 silver swords. Yang Kai's forces had shrunk by 30%. This made him blame himself. Yang Kai said, this battle's defeat was not because of the battle. It was because the golden sword was too strong. But it could fly. Interesting. Even though Yang Kai had trained to the peak of the silver sword, he could not fly for a long time. At most, he could only jump. But the golden sword was not only terrifying, it could also fly. As for the loss of his men, Yang Kai did not care at all. This was the world of swords. What he did not lack the least was military strength. 100,000 was the number he had purposely maintained. If he was willing, he could have accumulated at least 500,000 or more in this half a year of war. So what if he lost a little bit of military strength? It could be replenished very quickly. However, The existence of the golden sword allowed Yang Kai to see a glimmer of light in the darkness. Since he had the golden sword, it meant that he could also advance to that level. And after advancing to that level, he might be able to peek into the mystery of this world. The key was, how could he advance? What was the mystery behind this? He had already tried to kill a silver sword of the same level, but it did not have any effect on him. Since he did not rely on this method to advance, could it be that he needed to comprehend something? But as a sword, what the hell could it comprehend? After a few days, the army occupied a stronghold. This stronghold was not small at all. There were 20,000 soldiers and more than 10 silver swords. The leader was about the same as Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan. They had all trained to the peak of the silver sword. After a great battle, this stronghold was breached. Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan worked together and defeated the leader. However, they were not in a hurry to kill him. On the surface of the leader's sword, a middle-aged man's face appeared. He looked terrified and uneasy. "Let me ask you something." Yang Kai looked at him calmly. "If you can answer me, I will not kill you." That silver sword was like a drowning person who grabbed onto a straw. He quickly said, "Say it. How can I advance to a golden sword?" Yang Kai looked at him with burning eyes. That silver sword was stunned. He did not expect Yang Kai to ask such a question. However, he still answered honestly, "With the golden liquid, you can advance to a golden sword." "Golden liquid?" Yang Kai was suspicious. "What is that? Where can I find it?" That silver sword said, "There might be golden liquid in the gold mine." "Gold mine?" Yang Kai was stunned. He glanced at the ores nearby and was stunned for a long time. Then, he could not help but laugh. It turned out that the key was here. It was the place that he had neglected. He was curious at first. Why did those silver swords occupy so many strongholds and let their subordinates mine the ores? If it was just to increase their strength, the efficiency was too low. Now, it seemed that it was not just to increase their strength, but to prepare for the advancement to a golden sword in the future. That gold mine must be very rare. Otherwise, Yang Kai would have led his army to occupy so many strongholds and not found a single one. The silver sword in front of him must have been immersed in this level for a long time. Otherwise, he would not know these things. The silver swords under Yang Kai's command were all upgraded step by step from black iron swords. How could they know these secrets? He understood. The key to advancing to a golden sword was still in those ores. "Qingshan!" Yang Kai called. Lang Qingshan leaped into the air and slashed, cutting that silver sword leader who was already full of cracks into pieces. Yang Kai turned around and looked at the huge mine below. He grinned, "Let them mine." Lang Qingshan nodded and immediately passed down the order. In an instant, clanking sounds could be heard in the mine. Yang Kai did not stay idle. He left Lang Qingshan to guard the mine and divided 10,000 swords to lead them to occupy other strongholds. Gold mines were rare, and they might not be found in this mine. Naturally, Yang Kai had to be more prepared. Along the way, Yang Kai conquered strongholds after strongholds. His army grew like a rolling snowball. Every time he conquered a stronghold, he would leave a silver sword to guard it. In a month's time, Yang Kai had already taken control of 6 strongholds. Every stronghold had tens of thousands of soldiers, and they mined day and night without rest. Yang Kai was in charge of one of the strongholds. Lang Qingshan followed his orders and patrolled between the strongholds. Once there was news of a gold mine, he would report back immediately. Yang Kai did not trust those silver swords under his command. If the gold mines were to be digested by them, it would not be worth it. He could only let Lang Qingshan work harder. Days passed. Every day, countless ores were mined. However, the gold mine that Yang Kai was looking for was nowhere to be found. He knew that gold mines were rare, but he did not expect it to be this rare. He now had at least 300,000 soldiers under his command. They were mining in 6 different places, but they still could not find it. After a full 4 months, Lang Qingshan excitedly brought good news. He told Yang Kai that a gold mine had been found in one of the strongholds. Yang Kai was overjoyed and quickly followed him. When they arrived at the stronghold, they saw a shiny gold ore placed on an empty ground. It was heavily guarded, and no swords could get close to it. Yang Kai suppressed his excitement and walked forward. He realized that the gold mine was only the size of a washbasin. Its surface was uneven, and it had a mesmerizing luster. Yang Kai stared at it for a long time until Lang Qingshan called him. He sighed, "It's been almost a year. I hope there will be good results." As he said that, he leaped and plunged into the gold mine. A pure energy flowed into Yang Kai's body through the sword. Yang Kai could clearly feel that there was something else in the gold mine. It was probably the so-called golden liquid. He was overjoyed. He knew that he was close to leveling up. As expected, as the energy from the gold mine flowed in, Yang Kai could clearly feel that his power was growing rapidly. The bottleneck of the silver sword was broken. On the sword, the surface of the sword that was originally shining with a silver luster was now replaced by streaks of golden light. On the sword, a golden halo began to circulate. Chapter 41:11. This was an arduous battle. On the plains, the two armies clashed, and the battlefield turned into a meat grinder. Swords were shattered one after another, and their light dimmed. On the battlefield, hundreds of thousands of swords fought without rest. On one side was the army led by Yang Kai, and on the other side was the army led by another Huang Jinjian. Previously, they had occupied 6 strongholds, and had 300,000 soldiers under them. After spending 4 months to find a gold mine, Yang Kai had successfully leveled up to Huang Jinjian after devouring the energy within the gold mine. This was too inefficient. If they wanted to find another gold mine, who knew how long they would have to wait? If Yang Kai wanted to continue leveling up, it would be better for him to look for other Huang Jinjian. In this world of swords, there were not many golden swords. Scouting teams were sent out one after another, and only after a month of hard work did they manage to find one. What was there to hesitate about? Yang Kai immediately gathered his troops and started the battle. Hundreds of thousands of swords clashed, and the battle was in full swing. Swords were constantly being destroyed, but there were also swords that obtained enough energy to level up. However, the real deciding factor was not them, but the battle in the sky. High up in the sky, 2 Huang Jinjian shuttled back and forth. The swords danced in the sky, and streaks of Huang Jinjian's sword chi tore through the void. The speed of the 2 swords was extremely fast. One of them was undoubtedly brighter, while the other was slightly dimmer. On the battlefield, Lang Qingshan raised his head to look at the dimmer Huang Jinjian. That was Yang Kai's Huang Jinjian. He had only leveled up not long ago, and naturally could not compare to the other veteran Huang Jinjian. Whether it was the toughness of the sword, the sharpness of the sword, or the power of the sword light, he was slightly weaker than his opponent. However, he now had the qualifications to compete with Huang Jinjian. He would not be like before, where he could not fight back against Huang Jinjian. As long as he had the qualifications, he would have a high chance of winning. This was why he dared to attack Huang Jinjian's army. Yang Kai knew that he wasn't strong enough, which was why he fought with all his might. Huang Jinjian probably didn't expect Yang Kai to be so ferocious. Even though he had a stronger foundation, he was still beaten silly by Yang Kai. However, in the end, they still had the advantage in terms of capital. After stabilizing their footing, they defended and counterattacked, causing Yang Kai to continuously suffer losses. After half a day, Yang Kai's sword was already chipped. Although his opponent was not much better off, his situation was obviously better than his. Every time Yang Kai attacked, he would injure his opponent by 800 while sacrificing 1,000 of his own. If this continued, he would definitely lose his life here. However, even though he knew this, he had no intention of changing his mind and continued to do as he pleased. Another 2 hours later, the golden sword actually turned around and charged downwards. It still had the strength to fight, and was in a better state than Yang Kai. However, it was also injured, and it wanted to recover from its injuries. The best way to recover was to kill the swords on the battlefield and devour their power. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he roared, "Qingshan." He had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, and it was finally here. After nearly a year of fighting, he realized that these swords were all afraid of death. Once they suffered more than a certain degree of injury, they would prioritize repairing themselves first. Only when they were forced to the point of no return would they fight to the death. The Golden Sword's action meant that it was already injured to a certain extent. In a flash, the Golden Sword was already close to the battlefield. With a turn of the sword, a golden sword chi slashed towards the dense sword formation. It covered a large area, and couldn't differentiate between friend and foe. This golden sword chi was extremely sharp, and no one below the golden sword could block it. "Don't even think about it," Lang Qingshan roared. On the surface of the sword, his face was cold and resolute. Behind him, more than 30 silver swords charged forward with him as the leader. This was a team specially built to deal with situations like this. Every silver sword in the team was trained to the peak. As long as they had the golden liquid, they would be able to level up. Streaks of silver sword chi slashed out from these silver swords, turning into more than 30 streaks of light, and clashed with the golden sword chi. Boom! Boom! Although the silver sword chi couldn't compare to the golden sword chi, more than 30 streaks could still weaken its power. Boom! Boom! The silver sword team led by Lang Qingshan slashed again and again. After 3 consecutive slashes, a total of nearly 100 silver sword chi were shattered by the golden sword chi. However, more than half of the golden sword chi's power had been weakened, and its luster was much dimmer than before. There was no more time to continue slashing out sword chi. Without hesitation, Lang Qingshan led the silver swords behind him to scatter. He didn't dare to face the golden sword head-on. Even though more than half of the golden sword chi's power had been weakened, it was still not something that these silver swords could block. Once they were hit, they would be crushed into pieces. Just as the golden sword chi was about to slash into the group of swords, another golden sword chi slashed out from the sky. This golden sword chi directly slashed at the first sword chi, causing it to crumble. However, the remaining power didn't diminish as it blasted into the group of swords. In the blink of an eye, thousands of swords were shattered. Thousands of streaks of light flew out and rushed into Yang Kai's body. The injuries on Yang Kai's body were slowly mended. The golden sword chi that came later was naturally slashed out by him. It shattered the enemy's sword chi, stopped its plan, and mended his own body at the same time. With this, Yang Kai's strength immediately surpassed that of the golden sword. Without hesitation, he attacked again. On the surface of the golden sword, a face appeared to be shocked and angry. It felt that its opponent this time was extremely sinister and cunning. How could he come up with such a sinister idea? It didn't have time to curse and could only respond to Yang Kai's bombardment. However, Yang Kai was nourished, but its sword body was still damaged. The power it could use was not as strong as it was at its peak. This time, it was completely at a disadvantage. In the next few hours, the golden sword tried to repair its body many times. However, in the battlefield, the Silver Sword squad led by Lang Qingshan did nothing but watch its movements. Wherever it went, the Silver Sword squad would follow. Once they noticed that it was trying to repair its body, they would immediately block its golden sword chi and wear down its power. Then, Yang Kai would shatter it. After 7 or 8 consecutive attacks, the golden sword didn't succeed even once. After a full day and night, the golden sword couldn't even maintain its flying power. The sword body swayed in mid-air, and the golden sword chi couldn't be slashed out. It could only emit sword light at the tip of the sword. It was an arrow at the end of its flight. Its power was completely worn down. This time, it was its turn to fight with its life. Yang Kai was calm and leisurely dealt with it. Finally, the golden sword's last bit of power was drained. It fell from mid-air and stabbed into the ground. On the surface of the sword, its face was haggard and it looked defeated. Yang Kai slowly landed in front of it. He held his sword horizontally and slashed down. The golden sword closed its eyes and waited for its death. However, Yang Kai's blade suddenly stopped 3 inches away from it. He grinned and shouted, "Qingshan." Lang Qingshan immediately rushed over and said respectfully, "I'm here. Kill it." Yang Kai said, "I've tested it just now. It really doesn't have any power left." Lang Qingshan was stunned and said, "I don't deserve it." He also knew that if he cut down this golden sword, there was a 90% chance that it would also be promoted to a golden sword, but after all, this was the result of Yang Kai's 2 days of hard work. How could he take it? Yang Kai said, "If you become a golden sword, we won't have such a tough battle if we meet it again. I'll only gain some power by slashing it. It won't benefit me much. Quickly, don't give it a chance to recover." After hearing what Yang Kai said, Lang Qingshan didn't hesitate anymore. He responded and slashed at the golden sword. With a clang, Lang Qingshan's body shook. However, the golden sword was undamaged. After all, there was a gap between the two. Although the golden sword had lost all its power, its body was still very strong. Lang Qingshan didn't believe it. He aimed at a spot and slashed a few more times. However, he failed. On the surface of the golden sword, a mocking expression appeared on its face. Upon seeing this, Yang Kai's sword floated up slowly and came before the golden sword. He aimed the tip of the sword at a spot and a golden sword radiance was emitted from the tip of the sword. With a gentle slash, a huge gap was created on the golden sword and it almost broke it. Lang Qingshan knew what he meant. He aimed at the gap and attacked it fiercely. After half an hour, he finally broke the golden sword into two. Golden radiance flowed out from the golden sword and rushed towards Lang Qingshan. It turned into a cloud of golden mist and emitted a dazzling divine light that shrouded him completely. After the golden radiance dispersed, what stood before Yang Kai wasn't a silver sword anymore. It was a golden sword just like him. On the blade, golden radiance was flowing, making it look very majestic. "Thank you, Master." Lang Qingshan was very grateful. He felt the increase in his power and his face was filled with joy. If he wanted to upgrade his golden sword, he had to either swallow the golden liquid in the gold ore he had to kill a golden sword and swallow its power. Yang Kai used the former method, while Lang Qingshan used the latter. Turning around, Yang Kai looked down at the battlefield. With the death of the golden sword, the noise on the battlefield immediately stopped. The army under its command also gave up on resisting. They all looked at Yang Kai with a look of worship. It had always been like this in this world. As long as one could kill the leader of the enemy, one could smoothly take over the forces under his command without any hindrance. Yang Kai had 300,000 soldiers and 400,000 golden swords. A total of 700,000 swords had fought for 2 days and 2 nights in this battlefield. At this moment, only half of them were still alive. Although their numbers had decreased significantly, their power didn't decrease at all. Among the 300,000 soldiers, there were plenty of silver swords and countless black iron swords. In such a battlefield, as long as one wasn't smashed into pieces, those who were lucky enough to survive would be able to grow tremendously. Chapter 41:12. With a loud crack, a golden sword was shattered into pieces. Golden light flowed out from the sword and covered Yang Kai, nourishing his sword and strengthening his power. Another year had passed since he helped Lang Qingshan to destroy the first golden sword. In this 1 year's time, he had led the army to conquer the north and south of the world of swords. There were bitter battles, but there were also battles where he had crushed one army after another. Countless golden sword soldiers had died under his and Lang Qingshan's joint efforts. At that moment, both he and Lang Qingshan had reached the pinnacle of the golden sword and could not improve any further. Not only that, but there were also more than 10 golden swords in his army. He and Lang Qingshan could not improve any further. Naturally, they could only benefit their subordinates. However, he had the situation under control. He did not want his subordinates to be too powerful to avoid any unforeseen events. After more than a year of fighting, his army had increased to 1 million. Among the million-strong army, there were no rusted swords or bronze swords. The lowest grade was black iron swords and the core strength was silver swords. One could only imagine how many swords the army he led had shattered in the past year or so. Otherwise, they would not have grown so much. The reason why he had mobilized so many people was for the final battle. More than half a year ago, Yang Kai had led his army and discovered a huge stronghold. There were more than 1 million swords in the stronghold, which was not inferior to his current army. There were also more than a dozen golden swords. That stronghold was the only stronghold left in the world of swords. As long as the stronghold was destroyed, Yang Kai would have no opponents in this world. By then, he and Lang Qingshan might be able to leave this world. It was also the only opportunity he had found. Therefore, he could not afford to lose it. After a short rest, the army set off. The million-strong army was majestic. Sword aura soared into the sky. Everywhere they passed, the weather changed. Half a month later, they finally arrived at the last stronghold. Looking from afar, the sword aura was awe-inspiring. Among the enemy's army, golden swords were everywhere and silver swords could be seen everywhere. Without any unnecessary probing, Yang Kai took the lead and raised his million swords. The army charged. Although the other party was suddenly attacked, they did not panic in the face of danger. They quickly formed a formation, waited for the exhausted to be exhausted, and defended and counterattacked. More than 2 million swords were engaged in the final battle between heaven and earth. There were swords being shattered at every moment. Even if they were silver swords, in such a huge battlefield, their individual strength was insignificant. They could not guarantee their own safety at all. Often, a moment of carelessness would result in their swords being broken and their bodies being shattered. Only those golden swords could change the tide of the battle. Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan worked together and moved around the battlefield. They were looking for their opponent's golden swords to kill them. Both of them had reached the pinnacle of the golden swords. Even if they were alone, the power they could unleash was incomparable to an ordinary golden sword, let alone the two of them working together. In the enemy's formation, dozens of gold swords were shattered one after another. On the other side, they had also suffered a great loss. Half of the gold swords had died. But looking at the overall situation, such a loss was worth it. After a few days of fierce fighting, the 2 million army was reduced to 1 million. 70% of them were Yang Kai's army, and the remaining 30% were the enemy's. At this point, the outcome was decided. Among the enemy's ranks, there was only one golden sword left, and even though countless of its subordinates had been killed or wounded, this golden sword had remained indifferent these past few days, but Yang Kai felt an indescribable pressure from this golden sword. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With Yang Kai as the leader, 7 gold swords stood in the void and faced off against the only gold sword in the enemy's formation. That gold sword was floating on a throne. On the sword's surface, there was a face that looked dignified. It was like a giant. Even if heaven and earth were to collapse in front of its eyes, its expression would not change. This gold sword was different from the ones that Yang Kai had seen before. On the sword's hilt, there was a purple gemstone that was emitting a purple light. It was very strange. Yang Kai stared at the purple gemstone and couldn't help but frown. He didn't know what was so special about this purple gemstone. On the sword's surface, its eyes looked up and glanced at Yang Kai and the others. Its dignified voice rang out, "Submit, or die." Yang Kai turned his sword and shouted, "Kill, Kai 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 Kai." Streaks of gold sword chi swept across the void and slashed forward, tearing apart the heaven and earth. Countless long swords rushed forward to save their leader. However, the gold swords in the enemy's formation had all been killed. At this moment, there were only silver swords at most. How could they block the gold sword chi? Upon contact, those silver swords fell apart. Even so, those silver swords were not afraid of death and continuously used their bodies to block the gold sword chi. As the gold sword chi slashed through, countless silver swords were left behind. Yang Kai couldn't help but be moved. The power of the gold sword chi was worn down. When the gold sword chi slashed in front of the enemy's commander, it suddenly collapsed and didn't cause any damage. In order to block the gold sword chi, tens of thousands of silver swords were shattered in an instant. What was extremely strange was that these silver swords that were shattered by Yang Kai and the others didn't fly towards Yang Kai. Instead, they all rushed towards the enemy's commander's body. On the sword's hilt, the purple gemstone flashed slightly. Then, the sword turned around and slashed out. The heaven and earth lost their color. It was impossible to describe the elegance of this sword with words. What the enemy slashed out was not gold sword chi, but a purple thunderbolt. With a cracking sound, it was as if thunder had exploded. On the battlefield, regardless of the enemy's level, all the long swords trembled slightly. Yang Kai's expression changed and he quickly shouted, "Qingshan, dodge." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately dodged to the side. The purple thunderbolt brushed past the sword. At this moment, time seemed to have become extremely slow. Yang Kai clearly saw that the part of his extremely sturdy gold sword that was brushed by the thunderbolt actually melted. He was immediately enveloped by a great shock. One must know that he had cultivated to the peak of the gold sword. He originally thought that in this world, there was no power that could hurt him. Who knew that in front of this purple thunderbolt, his sword would be so weak? His and Lang Qingshan's reactions were faster and they managed to dodge in time. However, the remaining 5 subordinates weren't so lucky. The purple thunderbolt brushed past Yang Kai's sword and blasted into the place where they were. Without a sound, the 5 gold swords disappeared between heaven and earth, leaving no trace of their existence. They were actually vaporized in an instant. The power of a single strike, how terrifying. When he turned back to look, Yang Kai no longer dared to underestimate his opponent. His gaze was fixed on the purple gemstone on his opponent's sword hilt. He knew that the gemstone was the reason for all of this. This world had its own rules. The one who killed could obtain the power of the one who was killed to strengthen himself. However, the gemstone had the power to change this rule. Just now, Yang Kai and the others had shattered tens of thousands of silver swords. However, the power of the silver swords didn't enter their bodies. Instead, it was absorbed by the enemy's commander and turned into this shocking strike. At this moment, after the 5 gold swords were shattered, 5 rays of golden light entered the sword once again. On the sword hilt, the purple gemstone flashed slightly again. Yang Kai's heart raced. He could only feel the aura of death rushing towards him. Before he could finish his thoughts, another purple thunderbolt broke through the air and pounced towards him like a purple snake. He couldn't block it. Yang Kai immediately dodged to the side. Unexpectedly, the purple thunderbolt couldn't get rid of it and chased after him. Yang Kai could only move around in the air, trying to get rid of his opponent's pursuit. After a few attempts, he realized that he couldn't get rid of it at all. Within the purple thunderbolt, there was an aura that had locked onto him like a maggot in a tarsal bone. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. His body fell rapidly and directly rushed into the depths of the ground. On the tip of the gold sword, the sword radiance flickered and broke open a passage in the ground. After a long time, Yang Kai broke out of the ground. The purple thunderbolt behind him had finally exhausted its power and dissipated in the air. Looking over, Lang Qingshan was already fighting with the gold sword fearlessly. What surprised Yang Kai was that the gold sword wasn't as strong as he imagined. Its power was about the same as his and Lang Qingshan's at the peak of the gold sword. This could be deduced from the fact that Lang Qingshan was evenly matched with the gold sword. Its power was built on the purple gemstone and the power of the purple thunderbolt. The purple thunderbolt needed to absorb a large amount of energy to form. For the first attack, it had absorbed the energy of tens of thousands of silver swords. For the second attack, it had absorbed the energy of 5 gold swords. If there wasn't any energy for it to absorb, it might not be able to use the power of the purple thunderbolt. In a flash, Yang Kai saw through everything. Without any hesitation, he pounced into the battlefield and attacked the gold sword ferociously with Lang Qingshan's power. In an instant, rays of sword radiance flashed. It was extremely dazzling. The 3 gold swords were in full swing. They were all at the peak of their power. However, Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan were fighting 2 against 1. Naturally, they had the absolute advantage. In the past 2 years of battles, the 2 of them had worked together more than once to fend off the enemy. Their cooperation was seamless. They didn't need to communicate much to know each other's thoughts. The situation was one-sided. Looking at the gold sword's expression, it didn't panic. Instead, there was a faint mocking look on its face. Yang Kai didn't know why it could be so calm. However, from his observation earlier, as long as it didn't have the chance to absorb the energy, it wouldn't be able to use the purple thunderbolt. Without the purple thunderbolt, He and Lang Qingshan would definitely be able to defeat the gold sword. Just as he was thinking about that, the purple gemstone on the gold sword suddenly flashed. Chapter 41:13. Along with the flickering of the purple light, an inexplicable force gushed out and spread in all directions. In the next moment, Yang Kai's expression changed. Under the influence of this force, he saw traces of golden aura gushing out from his sword and into the enemy commander's body. Not only him, but also Lang Qingshan. The two of them looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. The last golden sword in the enemy's formation could absorb the power of the other long swords by force. Realizing this, both Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan continued to seal their aura to prevent the loss of their power. They had reached the peak of the golden sword and their swords were strong enough to fight against the purple light. However, the other long swords on the battlefield did not have this ability. Cracking sounds could be heard continuously. The long swords were broken into pieces one after another. From the broken long swords, rays of different colors escaped and rushed toward the enemy commander from all directions. In an instant, tens of thousands of swords were broken into pieces. The purple lightning appeared again. Like a lightning dragon, it rushed toward Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan. The two of them did not dare to block it and dodged to the left and right. The lightning dragon ignored Yang Kai and chased after Lang Qingshan. It looked like it was going to kill him. Seeing this, Yang Kai came back and attacked the golden sword again. His sword aura swept across the heaven and earth and bombarded the golden sword. As for Lang Qingshan's life, he did not care at all. The purple lightning was too terrifying. Anyone who came into contact with it would die on the spot. He could only pray that Lang Qingshan was smart enough to escape from the pursuit of the lightning. After a fierce battle, Yang Kai and the golden sword were evenly matched. Neither of them could do anything to the other as they were both at the peak of their level. Although Yang Kai was touched by the first purple lightning and damaged his sword, in terms of battle experience, the golden sword was definitely not comparable to him. This was also the reason why he could not be at a disadvantage in the fierce battle. After the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Lang Qingshan finally flew back with his head covered in dust. Kai Yang stole a glance at him and discovered that his sword was also damaged. He must have been accidentally grazed by the purple lightning, but his life was not in danger. He did not immediately go to help Yang Kai. Instead, he ordered his 700,000 soldiers to quickly retreat and get them far away from the battlefield. When Yang Kai saw this, he heaved a sigh of relief and praised himself for being smart. If it were him, he would also withdraw his army at the first moment. The purple gemstone on the hilt of the gold sword was too strange. Not only could it absorb the energy of the sword that was slain by others, it could even forcibly absorb the energy. Their 700,000 strong army was only there to provide resources for the other party to use the purple lightning. Soon, the 700,000 strong army disappeared. After a while, Lang Qingshan returned. The damaged sword had been completely repaired, and the luster on the sword was bright and dazzling. Obviously, he had taken the opportunity to repair his injuries. After rejoining the battlefield, the two of them exchanged a glance. There was no need for discussion. They already understood each other's thoughts. Grind it to death. The gold sword's strength was nothing to be afraid of. With the two of them working together, it could not defeat them at all. The only thing that made them fearful was the purple gemstone on the hilt and the terrifying attack made by using the gemstone. However, it was not without a price for the other party to use the purple lightning. For the first attack, it absorbed the energy of tens of thousands of silver swords. For the second attack, it absorbed the energy of 5 gold swords. For the third attack, which was the one just now, it also absorbed the energy of tens of thousands of swords, causing them to shatter on the spot. Now that Yang Kai's 700,000 strong army had retreated from the battlefield, there were only about 150,000 of the enemy's army left. At the very most, it could still use the purple lightning 5 times. As long as they could avoid these 5 attacks, they would be able to clinch victory. Instead of waiting passively, it was better to take the initiative to attack. After giving Lang Qingshan a look, he left him alone to restrain the enemy. In a flash, Yang Kai charged into the enemy's army. The enemy's formation was in chaos. Although the 100,000-strong army seemed to be a lot, none of them could really fight. Yang Kai's gold sword auras slashed out. Each of the sword auras could reap countless swords, shattering them into pieces. As expected, even though the swords were shattered by Yang Kai, the energy that escaped from their bodies did not flow into Yang Kai's body. Instead, it was absorbed by the purple gemstone. The purple glow on the purple gemstone was getting brighter and brighter. Qingshan, be careful. When he felt that it was about time, Yang Kai slashed out again. Hundreds of swords were shattered on the spot. After the hundreds of light rays flowed into the purple gemstone, the purple glow finally reached its limit. The enemy's commander shook his sword and a purple lightning struck out towards Lang Qingshan, who had been tangling with him. Lang Qingshan was already prepared. When Yang Kai shouted that sentence, he had already escaped from the battlefield. He did not escape to any other place. Instead, he dashed towards the enemy's army in an attempt to use the energy of the swords to wear down the purple lightning. At the same time, Yang Kai had already clashed with the gold sword. Once again, they were fighting in a circle. Ka-cha-cha, wherever the purple lightning passed, countless swords were shattered. Countless streams of light flew into the air. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of swords were shattered again. The purple gemstone on the hilt of the gold sword was shining with a purple glow. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He could no longer be bothered to tangle with the enemy and quickly escaped. In the next moment, the gold sword slashed down with a purple lightning. Yang Kai turned around and ran. The gold sword turned into a gold light as the purple lightning chased after it. Master! Lang Qingshan suddenly shouted. Yang Kai looked to the side and realized that he was charging towards him. His eyes lit up as he understood his intention. His body swayed and he also charged towards him. Two gold light rays pierced through the sky. Each of them was chased by a purple lightning bolt. The two of them were very close to each other in an instant. Just as they were about to collide, both of them turned their bodies and brushed past each other's swords. They avoided each other by a hair's breadth. They avoided each other, but the purple lightning bolts that were chasing after them were not as agile. The two purple lightning bolts collided with each other. Instantly, electric snakes danced in the air and created a huge hole in the void. The two purple lightning bolts were destroyed just like that. Yang Kai's heart was lifted. He ordered Lang Qingshan, again. After saying that, he turned around and charged towards the gold sword. Lang Qingshan used the same trick and charged into the enemy's formation to start a massacre. According to Yang Kai's estimation, the 100,000-strong army could only support 5 purple lightning bolts. Previously, Yang Kai destroyed tens of thousands of them. Then, Lang Qingshan led the purple lightning to destroy tens of thousands of them. Now, there were less than 100,000 of them left. As long as the 100,000-strong army was wiped out, the gold sword would be unable to perform a killer move like the purple lightning. Without the purple lightning, how could the gold sword be a match for him and Lang Qingshan? After another 30 minutes, Lang Qingshan destroyed tens of thousands of swords and the third purple lightning bolt was unleashed. Yang Kai, who was prepared, immediately led the lightning into the enemy's formation. In an instant, tens of thousands of swords were destroyed and the fourth lightning bolt was unleashed. It slashed towards Lang Qingshan, who was entangled with the gold sword. The two of them used the same trick again. It was thrilling but perfect as they led the two lightning bolts to attack each other and wear each other down. Looking at the situation, the gold sword was flustered and exasperated, but there was nothing he could do. After such a torment, there were less than 30,000 swords left. The power of these swords could only support one purple lightning bolt at most. At this moment, Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan were no longer in a hurry to kill the swords. Instead, they pounced on the gold sword together and beat it up. Even though the gold sword understood Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan's intention, it had no choice but to activate the power of the purple gemstone. It absorbed the power of the remaining tens of thousands of subordinates and slashed out the last purple lightning bolt. Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan retreated simultaneously while the purple lightning bolt was targeting Lang Qingshan. Without hesitation, Lang Qingshan immediately escaped. On the sword that Yang Kai had transformed into, he grinned, "Now, it's only you and me left. Let's fight to the death." He was not worried about Lang Qingshan's safety. This kid was able to escape from the pursuit of the purple lightning previously. This time, he would definitely be fine. At most, he would be slightly injured. However, with the 700,000-strong army on his side, even if Lang Qingshan was injured, he could repair himself anytime. The gold sword probably realized that this was the final battle. Its initial calmness was long gone. On the sword, its dignified face was solemn. On the tip of the sword, the golden sword radiance was flickering like a snake's tongue. Just as Yang Kai finished his sentence, he had already slashed towards the gold sword. The golden sword aura sliced through the void and arrived in front of the gold sword in an instant. The gold sword countered the attack with sword aura as well. In an instant, it was in full swing with Yang Kai. Both of their strengths were on par. The situation was in a stalemate. However, Yang Kai knew that he had already won. After an hour, Lang Qingshan returned in one piece and joined the battle. With 2 against 1, the gold sword quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. No matter how hard it struggled, it could not turn the situation around. Half a day later, as Yang Kai slashed his sword, the gold sword's body let out a crisp sound and broke into 2. On the half sword, the dignified face slowly disappeared. What remained was unwillingness and anger. Golden radiance overflowed from the gold sword and surged into Yang Kai's body. Within the golden radiance, there was a touch of purple that was extremely dazzling. Yang Kai's damaged sword body quickly recovered. Not only that, a purple whirlpool appeared on the hilt of his sword. The whirlpool spun continuously and quickly turned into a purple gemstone. The purple gemstone was the one that the gold sword used to possess. Yang Kai was stunned. He didn't expect that after killing the enemy, this purple gem would also be inherited by him. This item caused him and Lang Qingshan to suffer a great loss. However, it was useless to have it now. This was the final battle. After this battle, in the world of the sword, Yang Kai was invincible. All of his strongholds were wiped clean. Chapter 41:14. Without an opponent, the purple gem was of no use to him. Yang Kai stood still as he recalled his encounters in this world of swords. He couldn't help but sigh. This world was much more dangerous than the previous bubble world. In this world, one could be crushed to pieces at any time. He secretly rejoiced that he could use the small sealed world to enter this world. Otherwise, if Lang Qingshan entered this world alone, he might have been trapped forever. Many of the thrilling battles were won by him and Lang Qingshan by working together. Putting everything else aside, it was almost impossible for one person to defeat the final golden sword by himself in this last battle. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but worry about Meng Hong. This guy also entered a world of fruits. He wondered what was happening to him now. He had stayed in this world of swords for a full 2 years, so a few days should have passed in the outside world. Yang Kai stood still and waited for a long time. On the surface of the sword, his brows slowly furrowed. He looked at Lang Qingshan and asked, "Qingshan, do you feel anything?" Lang Qingshan replied, "No." "Master, do you feel anything?" Yang Kai's face couldn't help but sink. The biggest problem was that he didn't feel anything. He thought that after this final battle, he could leave this world and obtain a world fruit. Who knew that until now, there was still no movement. He and Lang Qingshan had raised their strength to the limit of this world. They had also spent a lot of effort to kill the last powerful enemy. It was certain that there were no more opponents in this world. Why couldn't they leave? Where was the opportunity to leave this world? Thinking back to the last world, he had fought a heaven-shaking battle with the man surnamed Go. He had displayed power that surpassed the heaven-opening realm, shattering all of the bubbles and leaving behind a crucial one. Only then had he found an opportunity. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He asked, "Where's the army?" "Please follow me, Master," Lang Qingshan said and quickly led the way. The 700,000 soldiers were evacuated from the battlefield and settled on a plain, so as to not provide any help to Huang Jinjian. It was about 1,000 miles away from here. The two of them, one in front and one behind, quickly arrived at their destination. Yang Kai slowly descended, and the hundreds of thousands of soldiers stared at him. Their eyes were filled with worship. These hundreds of thousands of swords were elites who had followed Yang Kai all the way to the north and south. Although there were no more golden swords, there were still plenty of silver swords. Yang Kai didn't say a word as he activated the power of the purple gem on his sword hilt. The purple light shook slightly and turned into a circle of ripples that spread in all directions. As the ripples spread, the long swords shattered one after another, and the sound of cracking could be heard incessantly. Countless rays of light rushed towards Yang Kai, making the purple gem on his sword hilt even brighter. Soon, the purple gem's light reached its limit. At the tip of Yang Kai's sword, the purple light flickered, and the purple lightning showed signs of reappearing in the world. The terrifying aura made Lang Qingshan retreat a great distance. The purple light was dazzling, and it was enough to unleash the purple lightning. After all, the gold sword only needed to expend tens of thousands of sword energy to unleash this attack. At this moment, more than tens of thousands of long swords shattered. However, Yang Kai wasn't satisfied. He desperately suppressed the eruption of the purple lightning and activated the power of the purple gem. Crack, crack, crack. The number of shattered long swords quickly reached 100,000. The aura coming from Yang Kai's sword had far surpassed the gold sword's aura, and it made Lang Qingshan's heart skip a beat. The purple light was still fluctuating, and the long swords continued to shatter. 150,000, 200,000. Soon, it was approaching 300,000. Half of the army of 700,000 was shattered in an instant. Yang Kai's sword was trembling non-stop, and fine cracks appeared on his sword. It was obvious that he was under great pressure, and once he couldn't take it anymore, he would immediately be shattered into pieces. Lang Qingshan wanted to stop him, but he didn't dare to disturb Yang Kai, for fear of causing an accident. As the 400,000 swords shattered, more and more cracks appeared on Yang Kai's sword, and it looked like it would shatter at any moment. When the 500,000 swords shattered, along with a crack appeared on the purple gem on the sword hilt. At the limit, Yang Kai could no longer suppress the majestic power in the sword. He turned the sword around and slashed the sky. Slash. Purple lightning gushed out from the tip of the sword, and gathered into a ray of purple light that shot into the sky, causing the universe to tremble and the void to shatter. A hole appeared in the sky. Yang Kai's body tilted, and he fell from the sky. His entire sword was shattered, and it was dim. The attack just now had exhausted all of his power. However, his gaze did not move as he stared at the hole in the sky. After a while, he looked happy, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Before his laughter died away, a force enveloped him, and he slowly disappeared under Lang Qingshan's stunned gaze. In the next moment, Lang Qingshan's vision turned black. When he came back to his senses, he was already under the 3,000 Worlds tree. Yang Kai was standing in front of him, holding a glowing world fruit in his hand. He was out. Lang Qingshan couldn't help but sigh in relief. When Yang Kai swallowed the power of 500,000 swords, he was really afraid that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to withstand it and would explode. However, now it seemed that his master was right. The opportunity to leave that world was the purple gem. As long as he swallowed enough power and slashed with a powerful enough attack, he would be able to break through the world and return. He had the same thought as Yang Kai. There were no enemies in that world, and even if he had the purple gem, it would be useless. Who knew that it would be the key? Staring at the world fruit in Yang Kai's hand, Lang Qingshan's expression changed. Master, is this a middle-grade world fruit? Yang Kai couldn't stop smiling. Yes, this is a middle-grade world fruit. The world fruit he had previously obtained was only a low-grade one. It could only allow a cultivator to reach the third stage of splitting open the sky. It wasn't very valuable. After all, it wasn't difficult to reach the third stage of splitting open the sky if one worked hard. However, this middle-grade world fruit was different. This was a treasure that could allow a cultivator to reach the sixth stage. A sixth stage of splitting open the sky would be a powerhouse anywhere. Even the lady boss was only at the 6th stage, and he was only at the 5th stage. The value of this world fruit was immeasurable. Especially for those 5th stage of splitting open the sky, it was a treasure that could allow them to reach the heavens in a single step. Putting away the world fruit carefully, Yang Kai turned his head to take a look. He realized that everyone who had left the mountain had disappeared. After all, he and Lang Qingshan had stayed in the world of swords for 2 years. The flow of time was different. A few days had passed in the outside world, so those who should have left should have already left. Looking up at the 3,000 world tree, Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. There were actually a few fruits missing from the tree. In other words, when he and Lang Qingshan were exploring the world of swords, a few of them had already obtained world fruits. He wondered what grade of world fruit they had obtained. However, no matter what grade of world fruit they obtained, they wouldn't have obtained as much as he did. After experiencing it once, Yang Kai was familiar with entering the world fruit again. He put Lang Qingshan into the small sealed world bead and hid inside it himself. Then, he handed the sealed world bead to Scabby Head for safekeeping. Scabby Head stood on the tree, found a world fruit, and plunged into it. After entering the world of fruits, Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan appeared together. The 3,000 world tree was special. It bore 3,000 world fruits that could help a heaven-splitting cultivator advance by 1 stage. However, everyone only had 1 chance to enter it in their lifetime. If they succeeded, they would pluck the fruit. If they failed, they would be trapped inside forever. Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan could be considered to have entered the world fruit before. If they didn't use such fraudulent means, they wouldn't have been able to enter at all. However, Yang Kai's sealed world bead had nearly 40 people hidden inside. If he had enough time and everything went smoothly, he could obtain dozens of world fruits here. Compared to the primordial fruit tree and the primordial spirit fruit, Yang Kai was undoubtedly more interested in this world fruit. As soon as it appeared, Yang Kai immediately sensed the aura of this world. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed because the aura of this world wasn't too strong. It should only be a low-rank world fruit. The 3 of them didn't transform into anything else and still maintained their original appearances. However, their strength was greatly suppressed. They couldn't even display 30% of their usual strength. This should be due to the world principles of this world. What's this? Scabby Head suddenly noticed something and looked down at his waist. There was a bulging cloth bag hanging there. He didn't know what was inside. Master has one too. I have one too. Lang Qingshan looked at Yang Kai's waist and then at his own. He found that everyone had an extra cloth bag. You'll know what's inside after taking a look. Scabby Head chuckled and took down the cloth bag. He opened it and said in astonishment, "So many insect." At the same time, Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan also opened their own cloth bags. They found that it was just as Scabby Head said. There were some strange insects in the cloth bags. There weren't many of them, only a few dozen of them. They were all as white as silkworms. Yang Kai scanned them with his divine sense and didn't feel any strong energy from them. Instead, he could clearly feel that there was a faint connection between his divine sense and these insects. What are these things for? Scabby Head was puzzled. Lang Qingshan had the experience of exploring the world fruit before. He pondered and said, they might be related to unlocking the secrets of this world. How do you use them? Have you eaten them? Scabby Head pinched one of the insects and examined it carefully. Not only did he sniff it, he even stuck out his tongue and licked it. Lang Qingshan's face turned pale. Something's coming. Suddenly, Kai Yang's brow furrowed. Raising his head, he saw several dozen monster wolves with bodies as large as oxen. They were baring their fangs as they surrounded them from all directions. Soon, they had surrounded the 3 of them. These demon wolves were all emitting a ferocious aura. They kept howling and looked like they were not to be trifled with. Chapter 41:15. Master. Lang Qingshan's expression was solemn as he quickly moved closer to Yang Kai. The Scabby Head also swallowed his saliva secretly as his face turned pale. The 3 of them stood back to back as they secretly activated their powers, ready to attack at any moment. A wolf howl was heard as the dozens of demonic wolves pounced forward. Yang Kai flicked his finger and a crescent blade slashed forward. However, the power of the crescent blade was not as strong as usual as it was only a foot long. The crescent blade slashed on the shoulder of a demonic wolf and only left a scar on its body. It was not able to kill it on the spot. Yang Kai's face turned gloomy. This strange world was suppressing one's powers to a certain extent. If not, the crescent blade would not be so weak. On the other side, Lang Qingshan and the scabby head were also exerting their powers. However, their foundations were not as strong as Yang Kai's and they were also being suppressed. Even if they tried their best, they could only cause slight damage to the demonic wolves. The dozens of demonic wolves surrounded the three of them and took turns to attack them. The smell of fresh blood stimulated their nerves and made them even more violent and savage. Yang Kai and the other two tried to break out of the encirclement but could not find a suitable opportunity. If this continued, the three of them would definitely be torn into pieces by the dozens of demonic wolves. "Master, I can't hold on any longer." The scabby head suddenly cried out in pain as his arm was bitten by a demonic wolf. Blood immediately flowed out. Yang Kai's thoughts turned rapidly as he tried to think of a way to break out of this situation. Everything in this world was traceable. For example, when he first entered the world of bubbles, the opportunity to leave was in a bubble. When he entered the world of swords for the second time, he could kill other swords to strengthen himself and walk to the peak step by step. There should be some rules in this world, some rules that he had not discovered. As long as he could make use of these rules, he should be able to escape. With that thought, Yang Kai looked at the cloth bag on his waist and reached out to grab a bug from it. A demonic wolf in front of him leaped up high as its fangs shone with a cold light. Yang Kai activated his divine telekinesis and threw the bug at the demonic wolf. Strangely enough, after the insect left his hand, it suddenly exploded into a ball of dazzling white light, which instantly enveloped the demon wolf. The originally aggressive demon wolf, after being enveloped by the white light, seemed to have suffered a great blow. It fell from the sky and shook its head. At the same time, Yang Kai clearly felt a faint connection between him and the demon wolf's soul. He seemed to be able to control the demon wolf. Without any hesitation, Zhongxian immediately drove his spiritual perception to suppress the other party. The monster wolf still wanted to resist, but Yang Kai's divine sense was so powerful that it could not resist at all. In just a breath's time, the white light poured into the monster wolf's body. With a thought from Yang Kai, the demon wolf immediately turned its head, opened its bloody maw and bit down on its companion's throat, causing him to spurt out blood and stagger back. "This insect can control these demon wolves," Yang Kai shouted. Hearing this, Lang Qingshan and Scabby Head did not hesitate. They took out bugs from their cloth bags and imitated Yang Kai's action, throwing the bugs out. The bugs exploded into white light and covered the monster wolf's body. After the white light completely poured in, the monster wolf would be controlled by the three of them. The situation instantly turned for the better. Yang Kai threw the bugs out of the cloth bag one by one and subdued the monster wolves one after another. Lang Qingshan and Scabby Head did not stay idle and did the same thing. Soon, Yang Kai found the trick. These bugs, he named them beast-taming bugs for the time being. They could be used like secret treasures, but they were one-time use secret treasures. After they were used, they would turn into a white light that shrouded the monster wolves. At this time, it was time for the owner's divine sense to fight with the wolf's divine sense. If the owner could suppress the wolf's divine sense, the white light would pour into the monster wolf's body and subdue it. If the owner could not suppress the wolf's divine sense, the white light would collapse and the beast-taming bug would die. Even the cultivator would be injured. Scabby Head suffered a loss. He used too many beast-taming bugs at one time. As a result, he could not control them. Two of the white light exploded, causing blood to flow out of his nose and his face to turn pale. Time passed slowly. Originally, the three of them were besieged by dozens of monster wolves, but with the help of these beast-taming bugs, the situation immediately turned for the better. After an incense stick worth of time, half of the dozens of monster wolves had died, and the remaining half had been subdued by the three of them. Scabby Head gasped for breath and could not help but feel a sense of relief. Previously, in the sword world, although he had been observing Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan's experience through the small sealed world bead, he had only been watching from the sidelines. Although he often trembled with fear, after all, he had never experienced it himself. Now, after experiencing it, he realized that these sword worlds were not so easy to explore. If it were not for his master understanding the mysteries at the critical moment, they would have been doomed in the first battle. "Master, is this the beast-taming world?" Lang Qingshan asked. Yang Kai nodded. From the current situation, it seems so. However, whether it was true or not, they would have to explore it for a while to know. A few days later, their previous guess was confirmed. This was indeed the beast-taming world. In this world, there were countless large and small groups of monster beasts. The strength of Yang Kai's trio was greatly suppressed, so if they wanted to win, they could only rely on the strength of their monster beast subordinates. The monster wolves they had subdued before were just the most ordinary monster wolves. Among the groups of monster beasts, there were even monster kings. Relying on the white beast taming insects in the cloth bag was impossible to subdue. Yang Kai tried several times, but the white light would shatter. It was not that his divine sense could not suppress the other party, but that the white beast taming insects could not withstand the collision of the two divine senses. Yang Kai guessed that there should be higher grade beast taming insects above the white beast taming insects that could deal with these monster kings. After the trio suffered a loss in a group of 100 monster beasts, they embarked on the path of searching for beast taming insects. Soon, they reaped some benefits. Sure enough, there were higher grade beast taming insects above the white beast taming insects. Black, blue, purple, and so on. Using those higher grade beast taming insects, Yang Kai's trio quickly subdued monster kings one after another. Once a monster king was subdued, the monster beast under its command would also be subdued. Among these monster kings, there was a huge difference in strength. Yang Kai divided them into 3 levels: 100 Monster King, 1000 Monster King, and Myriad Monster King. The 100 Monster King commanded 100 Monster Beast, the 1000 Monster King commanded 1000, and the Myriad Monster King commanded 10,000, extremely powerful. A month later, the trio each led a myriad monster army and engaged in a decisive battle with the last group of monster beasts. The number of beasts in this group was extremely large, at least 100,000 in number, and the Beast King's appearance was also extraordinary, its body covered in golden fur and as sturdy as a house. Yang Kai stared from afar and clearly felt that the mood of the myriad Beast King beneath him was somewhat uneasy. The opponent's Monster King actually had a strong deterrent effect on myriad Monster Kings. This was no longer a Monster King, but a Monster Emperor. The battle soon broke out, and countless monster wolves were killed or injured. Although the opponent's numbers were huge and they were led by a Monster Emperor, Yang Kai's trio split up and cooperated with each other, killing the enemy while also subduing the Monster Kings in the enemy camp, quickly gaining an absolute advantage. After another 3 days of bitter fighting, Yang Kai finally succeeded in subduing the Monster Emperor, even though he was bitten by it. When the Monster King was subdued, a gentle force wrapped the trio and sent them out of this world. The trio appeared under the world tree again. Yang Kai was covered in blood, but he was still grinning wildly. He had obtained another world fruit, although it was only a low-rank one. After a little rest, Yang Kai repeated the same trick, releasing another person from his sealed world bead and having him take him into the world inside the fruit. Time passed day by day, and more people entered the world inside the fruit. The more people there were, the stronger they would be. When others entered the world inside the fruit, they would generally fight alone, but Yang Kai had many people working together, so he naturally had a huge advantage. There were all kinds of strange worlds. There were worlds that needed to be conquered by force, worlds that needed to be cultivated to the limits of that world, and worlds that could only be freed by breaking through the suppression. There were also natural mazes that made it impossible for people to find their way in. There were all kinds of worlds, and there were many more. However, Yang Kai soon concluded that a low-rank world fruit didn't take too long to break through, at most 3 months, but a mid-rank world fruit was much more difficult to break through, taking at least 1 to 2 years. This was the time inside the world inside the fruit, which was different from the outside world. As such, Yang Kai wasn't too worried. He had spent several years inside the world inside the fruit, but only a dozen or so days in the outside world. One day, one of his subordinates rushed into the world fruit with the sealed world bead. Yang Kai immediately walked out of his sealed world bead and released the dozen or so people who had entered the world fruit before him. However, before he could investigate the grade of this world, he suddenly felt a huge repulsive force enveloping him. When he came back to his senses, he was already standing under the 3,000 world tree. Not only him, but the dozen or so people he released also felt the same. Lang Qingshan was stunned. What's going on? Yang Kai was also puzzled. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing, so he had no idea why he was being repelled by the world fruit. At this moment, accompanied by a rumbling sound, the earth shook and a root suddenly stretched out from the ground like a long whip, sweeping towards Yang Kai and the others. This root was the root of the 3,000 world tree. No one had expected such an unforeseen event. In a moment of carelessness, half of the people were swept away and rolled down the mountain. Yang Kai dodged quickly and managed to avoid this blow. Turning his head, he saw that the people who had been swept down the mountain were not in danger of losing their lives, but all of them were in a sorry state. Only then did he relax. Ayya! A scream rang out. It turned out that Mangy Head had also been swept down, followed by everyone else. Yang Kai moved left and right, avoiding the root sweep again and again. While he was dodging, he suddenly felt someone's gaze on him. He quickly looked over and couldn't help but be surprised. An old face appeared on the trunk of the Trichiliacasm tree, and it was glaring at him angrily. Chapter 41:16. Yang Kai was a little embarrassed by his stare. How could he not know that his repeated cheating had been detected by the 3,000 world tree? In this land of eternity, many sacred herbs had developed intelligence. Even Pu Baixiong and the little mushroom were like that, let alone the 3,000 world tree. It was just that he had not shown it before, but Yang Kai had repeatedly used the sealed world bead to exploit loopholes and enter the world fruit, harvesting more than a dozen fruits by himself. Such insatiable greed was something the world tree could not tolerate even if it had 3,000 fruits. If Yang Kai continued like this, who knew how many fruits it would have left? Therefore, when they sensed Yang Kai's aura again, they immediately sent him and his dozen or so subordinates out of the world fruit, not giving them a chance to gain experience at all. Furthermore, they were sent down the mountain to sever their hopes. Its roots danced and whipped Yang Kai again with great force. It didn't want to take Yang Kai's life, but just send him down the mountain. Yang Kai activated the law of space and dodged again and again. Although he had gained quite a lot, obtaining more than a dozen world fruits, and even 2 middle-level world fruits, he hadn't seen a single high-level world fruit. How could he give up? A high-grade world fruit could help a high-grade sky splitter advance by 1 grade. If he could reach the 7th grade in the future, he could use a high-grade world fruit to directly advance to the 8th grade. How many 8th grade sky splitters would there be in the Blessed Enclave? At this level, he was definitely an overlord. When the time came, not only could he establish himself in the 3,000 world fruit, but he could also achieve great things. While dodging, Yang Kai begged, "Old tree, calm down, calm down. Go in one more time, one last time." The world tree's expression became even angrier. Why would it care about him? Its roots danced more and more wildly, but Yang Kai activated the law of space and his body moved erratically. How could it hit him? In anger, more than a dozen roots broke out of the ground and turned into an inescapable net that enveloped Yang Kai. At the foot of the mountain, Lang Qingshan and the others looked up and were dumbfounded. Scabby Head's mouth twitched. This world tree must have been driven mad by our master. Lang Qingshan exclaimed, "Oh no, the master is in danger." As he spoke, he immediately rushed up the mountain. More than a dozen people followed closely behind, avoiding the fog and lightning as they trekked arduously. On top of the mountain, Yang Kai moved left and right, but the dozen roots of the Tree of World were like dozens of long whips that sealed the sky and the earth, greatly reducing the space he could move. In a moment of carelessness, he was struck by one of the roots. He felt a strong force rushing toward him, and there was a sweet taste in his mouth. Yang Kai hugged the root, swallowed the rolling blood, and said with a cheeky smile, "Can't I do it just once? Old shoe, take that fruit." Although he didn't remember to check the grade of the world fruit, he was sure that it was definitely not a low-grade world fruit. It should be a mid-grade one, and there was a very small chance that it was a high-grade one. If he could negotiate with the 3000 world tree, he could at least get the world fruit. The 3000 world tree didn't seem to hear him. It swung its roots a few times, but it couldn't get rid of Yang Kai. In anger, the dozen roots whipped toward Yang Kai through the air and hit him. Yang Kai kept groaning. After 3 breaths, he felt that he couldn't take it anymore. Although the world tree didn't want to kill him, it was uncomfortable to be whipped by the roots. Helpless, he could only shout, "Dragon form." His body suddenly expanded, and he turned into a half-dragon with dragon horns on his head. His hands turned into dragon claws, and 2 streams of dragon breath came out of his nostrils. His whole body was covered with dragon scales, and each scale had natural patterns on it. They were hard and thick. Dragon whiskers fluttered under his chin. His huge body stood on top of the mountain. Although he wasn't as majestic as the world tree, he wasn't far behind. In the great cosmological realm, he had swallowed countless dragon blood pills, which made his dragon form body faintly show signs of transforming into a true dragon race. He was much stronger than before. Asterisk pa 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 asterisk sounds rang out incessantly as the dozen or so roots continuously whipped Yang Kai's back, creating a series of loud bangs. However, this was still within an acceptable range. The defense of the dragon form body was much stronger than that of the human body. Yang Kai chuckled and looked at the world tree. "Old tree, this is your last chance. Enter again, and I won't pester you anymore." He couldn't forget about the world fruit just now. As he spoke, he wrapped the root in his hand around his waist. Very quickly, he wrapped it around his waist a few times, making it clear that he wasn't going to give up just like that. The world tree's attacks became more and more violent. This time, even Yang Kai's dragon form body couldn't take it anymore. The dragon scales on his back flew, and blood flowed. However, Yang Kai's recovery ability was extremely strong. The power of the wood element in his Dao seal circulated, and his dragon blood was stimulated. His wounds healed continuously. The stalemate lasted for a full incense's time before the 3000 worlds tree's attacks suddenly stopped. On the tree, the old face sighed heavily. Yang Kai was overjoyed. "Old tree, you agree?" The 3000 worlds tree looked at him in disgust. Then, a root whipped at him. Yang Kai smiled. "Old tree, why do you have to do this? Such an attack on me, Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt his hand become lighter. The root that he had been holding on to suddenly broke apart on its own accord. Immediately after, Kai Yang was struck by a powerful force, his body uncontrollably falling down the mountain. In midair, Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He didn't expect the 3000 worlds tree's attitude to be so tough. It would rather break one of its roots than let him stay on the mountain peak. With a bang, Yang Kai landed heavily on the ground. He quickly got up and looked at the root in his hand, speechless. Although this root was voluntarily abandoned by the 3000 worlds tree, it showed no signs of withering. Instead, it was full of vitality. Yang Kai's heart moved. He then stuffed it into the sealed world bead. When he looked up again, the mountain was covered in fog and lightning. Soon, he couldn't see the scene inside. Yang Kai didn't give up. He jumped into the fog and only lasted for a dozen breaths before running back. The fog was too terrifying. It was made up of countless tiny insects. Even his dragon form couldn't withstand it. In just a short while, his body was stained with blood, and a lot of his vitality was lost. Figures flashed around him. It was Lang Qingshan and the others who were sent out. Although they were covered in dust, their lives weren't in danger. It should be the result of the world tree's protection. Otherwise, with the current situation on the mountain, they wouldn't have been able to withstand it. When they turned around and saw Yang Kai's swollen face and bloody body, they couldn't help but be shocked. Moreover, It was the first time they saw Yang Kai use the dragon transformation technique. They couldn't help but be shocked. Only now did Lang Qingshan and the others know that Yang Kai actually had the bloodline of the dragon race. Judging from its appearance, this bloodline was quite extraordinary. Yang Kai lowered his head and looked at them with a ferocious expression. He was angered by the 3,000 Worlds tree. This old tree was too stubborn. It would rather give up one of its roots than give him one last chance. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai roared, "Old shoe, everyone has only one chance to enter the world fruit field. What do you mean by blocking this mountain and not letting us in? I still have a few dozen people here who want to go in. You can't deprive them of their qualifications. That's unfair." Saying so, he raised his hand and released the remaining people hiding in the small sealed world bead. Lang Qingshan and the others were speechless. They had used Yang Kai's fraudulent means to enter more than a dozen world fruits and obtained them. Now, Yang Kai was actually talking about fairness to the world tree. Yang Kai continued, "At most, I won't go in. You have to let them in, don't you?" As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He listened carefully. In the next moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from the heavy fog and screamed. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the person. After taking a closer look, he was stunned. "Brother Meng?" The one who rushed out of the fog was Meng Hong. Meng Hong was still in shock. He couldn't help but be shocked when he saw a huge dragon head pointing at him. However, after seeing the appearance of the dragon head, he hesitated. "Brother Yang?" Yang Kai nodded and put him down. He transformed back into his human form and asked in confusion, "Brother Meng, why did you come out at this time?" Meng Hong's appearance was too coincidental. Yang Kai faintly felt that something was wrong. Meng Hong said, "I don't know. I was training in that world when a force suddenly expelled me." Is this the world fruit?" Saying so, he suddenly looked at his palm and found that he had obtained a world fruit at some point. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He couldn't help but be speechless. He knew that the reason why Meng Hong could withdraw halfway and even obtain a world fruit for free was all because of the world tree. It should have sensed the relationship between Meng Hong and himself, so it directly sent him out. Realizing this, Yang Kai sighed slightly. He knew that it was impossible for him to enter the world fruit again. The 3,000 world tree was willing to cut off one of its roots, send Meng Hong out, and even give him a fruit for free. It wanted to make Yang Kai give up completely. Meng Hong's luck was pretty good. The world fruit in his hand was a middle-grade one. He had wandered in that world for a few years, fighting alone. He didn't know how to escape. He had thought that he was dead for sure, but who would have thought that there would be such a twist? To be honest, he still couldn't believe it. He felt like he was in the clouds. The two disciples from Great Moon State stepped forward and briefly explained what had happened. Only then did Meng Hong learn that he was able to escape so easily because of Yang Kai's pestering with the 3,000 world tree. He couldn't help laughing. He had wanted to take a world fruit and give it to Yang Kai to repay his kindness, but in the end, it was Yang Kai who had saved him once again. Now that he had eaten and drank, it was a bit hard to explain. "Brother Yang, please accept this world fruit." Meng Hong handed the fruit in his hand to Yang Kai. Yang Kai laughed and said, "Brother Meng, I've already gained a lot. Moreover, you'll need this when you advance to the 5th stage Heaven Splitter. There's no need to give it to me." Chapter 41:17. Yang Kai was not being hypocritical. World fruits were rare, but he had already obtained a lot of them. He had 13 low-rank world fruits and 2 mid-rank world fruits, so there was no need for him to covet Meng Hong's things. Meng Hong shook his head. "This time, my 3 brothers were protected by Brother Yang in the Great Void Realm. If it weren't for Brother Yang, my 3 brothers would have been dead by now. Brother Yang also lent us many treasures to help us condense heaven-splitting power. If it weren't for Brother Yang, how could this Meng have achieved what he has today? This Meng has nothing else but this fruit. What's more, this Meng was only able to obtain this fruit thanks to you. Please don't refuse, Brother Yang, otherwise, this Meng will have no face to see anyone in the future." Seeing that Yang Kai still wanted to say something, Meng Hong pretended to be angry and said, "Brother Yang, if you refuse again, it means you are looking down on this Meng Hong. This world fruit. I don't want it." Saying so, he casually threw the world fruit up the mountain. Everyone around him exclaimed. Yang Kai reached out and caught the fruit, speechless. "Since Brother Meng has such good intentions, I won't stand on ceremony. I will keep this fruit for now, and if Brother Meng needs it in the future, feel free to ask for it from me." That being said, Yang Kai also knew that since Meng Hong had made his attitude clear today, he would not take this fruit back no matter what. Sure enough, Meng Hong laughed and said, "This Meng is confident that he can break through to the 6th grade with his own ability." Seeing the two of them push back and forth over a priceless middle-tier world fruit, the dozens of onlookers were somewhat dumbfounded. This was a treasure that even powerful heaven-opening realm cultivators would fight over, but now, it was being pushed back and forth by these two, and it had almost been tossed into the fog. After taking everyone back into the sealed world bead, Yang Kai checked his harvest. The 16 world fruits could be said to be a bountiful harvest. The 13 low-grade world fruits could be ignored for now. Even if they were valuable, they wouldn't be too valuable. After all, they could only help a low-grade world fruit advance by 1 grade, and the limit was the 3rd grade. However, the 3 mid-grade world fruits were different. The upper limit of a middle-grade world fruit was the 6th grade. In other words, it was best for a 5th grade world fruit to split open the sky. Such a treasure was extremely rare. What made Yang Kai feel slightly regretful was that he didn't get a high-grade world fruit this time. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but laugh, feeling that he was indeed a little greedy. Xu Zhen had said that although the 3000 world tree bore 3000 world fruits, most of them were low-grade, with only a few middle-grade ones. As for high-grade ones, it might or might not. Obtaining 3 middle-grade ones this time was already a great fortune. Apart from these world fruits, there was also an unexpected gain. It was one of the world tree's roots. Yang Kai had previously transformed into a dragon and shamelessly wrapped this root around his waist to bargain with the world tree, angering it. The world tree then cut off its own roots and pulled him down the mountain, resulting in this root falling into Yang Kai's hands. Yang Kai had casually thrown this root into the sealed world bead before, but when he poured his divine sense into the sealed world bead to investigate it, he couldn't help feeling surprised. This root had actually pierced into the ground of the sealed world bead and turned into a small sapling that swayed gently in the wind. Yang Kai couldn't help sighing. This root was worthy of being the root of the world tree. Its vitality was really strong, and after just a short while it had sprouted new branches and leaves. If that was all, Yang Kai could clearly feel that this little sapling was like a bottomless pit. The world energy of the entire sealed world bead was madly pouring into this little sapling, and as the little sapling grew, the world principles of the sealed world bead were rapidly perfecting and stabilizing. Below the ground, invisible to the naked eye, the roots of the little sapling had soared by more than 100 acres. Tiny roots were still spreading out at an extremely fast speed, showing signs of covering the entire sealed world bead. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat when he saw this and his throat went dry. The roots of this world tree could perfect the world principles of the sealed world bead and stabilize it, so what would happen if it was transplanted back to the star boundary? Back then, Yang Kai asked the giant divine spirit RDA about the survival of the star boundary, but RDA only mentioned the world tree. Yang Kai had only been in this world for a short time, so his foundation was still unstable, so he hadn't had time to carefully inquire about the world tree. There was a 3000 world tree in the Elder Land. Was the tree of world the tree of world that Ada had mentioned? When he heard Xu Zhen talk about the 3000 world tree before, Yang Kai had a guess, and now, looking at the situation of this little sapling, he vaguely confirmed it. The world tree that RDA mentioned might really be the 3000 world tree. If that was the case, then the biggest gain from this trip to the Elder Land wasn't the 3 saint medicines or the 16 world fruits he had just obtained, but the roots of this world tree. Yang Kai couldn't help but have the urge to look up to the sky and laugh wildly. He had worn out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. However, he had to wait until he returned to the star boundary to verify this. Previously, He had bought a star in the star market and searched for the location of the star boundary. Comparing the traces he had left along the way and the place where he had parted with Zhong Ruoshi, he already had some ideas, but as for the specific location of the star boundary, he still had to personally investigate it. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai decided not to suppress the growth of the little sapling. Although the growth of the little sapling required a terrifying amount of world energy, the feedback to the sealed world bead was also extremely significant. As a result, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. As for the consumed world energy, Yang Kai had countless source crystals, so he could completely replenish the sealed world bead by exploding them. After busying himself for a while, Yang Kai finally took care of everything and let out a long sigh of relief. Now that he had angered the 3000 world tree, there was no hope for more world fruits. The Elder Land had been open for so many days now, so any good things and opportunities had probably already been found. Now, all that was left was the spirit-seizing battle. Originally, he wanted to find a suitable metal attribute treasure in the Elder Land, but unfortunately, he had no clue. Zhu Juyin had told him that in the entire great cosmological realm, there were only 2 places that had metal attribute treasures that Yang Kai needed. One was the Golden Vulture Palace, which was Jin Wu's territory. Jin Wu was a metal attribute divine spirit, so the power of his monster core was completely in line with Yang Kai's needs. As long as Jin Wu helped, Yang Kai could easily capture him with his 7th grade metal attribute hand. However, Jin Wu was Zhu Juyin's sworn enemy, so how could he help Zhu Juyin's bearer? The bearer he chose was ordered by Zhu Juyin to kill Yang Kai several times, but unfortunately, he was killed by Yang Kai in the world fruit. The second place was the Elder Land. There were many opportunities in the Elder Land, so there might be metal attribute treasures that Yang Kai needed. But until now, Yang Kai had not discovered anything. Just as he was pondering, heaven and earth suddenly shook slightly, as if thunder was rolling across the earth. Yang Kai's expression turned serious, and he quickly released his divine thought to investigate. A moment later, the same thing happened again. This time, Yang Kai clearly noticed that the spiritual chi of heaven and earth seemed to be attracted by something and was rapidly gathering in one direction. He turned his head and looked in that direction, using his full vision to observe. Heaven and earth were moving strangely, and it was obvious that something abnormal was happening. Perhaps some precious treasure was about to be born. In his field of vision, rays of light flew toward the place where the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was gathering. They probably had the same idea as Yang Kai, which was that they sensed something abnormal and wanted to get close to him. Yang Kai did not hesitate for too long. He flew up and rushed in that direction. Heaven and earth shook several times along the way, until a certain moment, the shadow of a fruit tree suddenly appeared in midair. This fruit tree was carved out of ice and jade, crystal clear and beautiful. As the spiritual chi of heaven and earth poured in, it kept solidifying. The primordial fruit tree. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He was still wondering where the primordial fruit tree was hiding. Although he found the old tree under Pu Baixiong's guidance, that old tree was not the primordial fruit tree, but the 3000 worlds tree. Only now did he realize that the primordial fruit tree was traceless and untraceable. It would only reveal itself under special circumstances. Did someone trigger the opportunity for the primordial fruit tree to reveal itself? Maybe it was not because of someone, but because the time was right and the primordial fruit tree revealed itself. But no matter what, since the primordial fruit tree had appeared, it would definitely attract a lot of attention. Those bearers were all entrusted with the mission of the divine spirits behind them. If they succeeded, they would reach the sky in a single step, but if they failed, their lives would be in danger. Under such circumstances, who would dare to not work hard? Take Yang Kai for example. Yu He and the others were still in Zhu Juin's hands. If he wanted them to escape safely, he had to get the primordial fruit tree. Figures gathered from all directions towards the place where the primordial fruit tree appeared. At this time, those divine spirit bearers who had been hiding could no longer care about hiding themselves. Time passed, as the primordial fruit tree swallowed the aura of the heaven-devouring great emperor, it became more and more solid. More than 2 hours later, Yang Kai arrived at the place. Looking around, There were already a lot of people gathered here. There were more than 30 people that he knew and didn't know. Xu Zhen, Ding Yi, and Xiong Ying were also there. These 3 guys had entered the world in the fruit tree like him before, but he had taken advantage of the loopholes and entered and exited the world fruit more than a dozen times, wasting a lot of time. It was natural that they could come out first. To be able to come out of the world in the fruit tree, they must have obtained a world fruit. Not only them, but Chu Huashang and Jiyu Pan also came. The 2 girls gathered together and whispered something. Seeing Yang Kai, the former's eyes lit up and she waved enthusiastically to Yang Kai, "Little brother Yang, over here." Yang Kai smiled slightly, nodded slightly to Xu Zhen and others, and fell beside Chu Huashang. Ding Yi was envious of the other side. Chu Huashang is a disciple of Yin and Yang Wonderland. Her cultivation method is special. She is also a disaster-level existence. Ding Yi has long been looking straight at her. He wants to come over and get close to her, but he doesn't have the courage. He is afraid of offending the beauty. Now seeing others so enthusiastic about Yang Kai, he naturally envies and admires. Senior Sister Chu, Junior Sister Ji Yu. Yang Kai said hello. Chu Huashang looked at him with a smile, her eyes were full of peach blossoms, and the waves were flowing. "Little brother Yang, the primordial fruit tree has been born, and it may be chaotic when fighting. Little brother Yang should protect me more." Chapter 41:18. Under the watchful eyes of the public, she was bold and direct, and she did not care about the eyes of others. Yang Kai, on the other hand, didn't buy this and simply laughed. "Senior Sister Chu, you're making things difficult for me. As far as I know, this primordial fruit tree will only produce 1 primordial spirit fruit each time. When the time comes, everyone will inevitably fight over it. If we don't fight each other, how can we protect each other? It is precisely because there is only 1 primordial spirit fruit that these bearers must go all out, so even if Xu Zhen has a good relationship with her and Jiyu Pan, they do not stand together. This was because every bearer who came here was a competitor. They have been vigorously cultivated by the Holy Spirits behind them and shoulder the expectations of the Holy Spirits. If they fail, it will make the Holy Spirits' plan fail. It is very likely to anger those Holy Spirits, and their lives will be in danger. In history, there were many bearers who failed to win the primordial spirit fruit and died in the hands of the Holy Spirits. The Kuan Shaw killed the bearers. The water element treasure moon essence that Yang Kai refined was brought out from the land of no elders by a bearer of the Kuan Shaw. After this person was killed, the moon essence was useless to the Kuan Shaw and was given to the sea race. Not only the Kuan Shaw, but most of the Holy Spirits will do the same, get their benefits but can't satisfy them. How can they give up? Chu Huashang smiled and said, "Why is little brother Yang so unreasonable? My plan is like this. We can join forces to resist the enemy first. Little brother Yang has been in this land of no elders for so many days. You should have met some bearers and know their means. It is always better to work together than to fight alone. As for the primordial spirit fruit, it depends on your own means." Yang Kai heard the words and nodded. Chu Huashang's proposal was also good. Although he was powerful, if he used all his strength, no one present was his opponent, but the tiger couldn't stand the wolf, and the 2 fists couldn't beat the 4 hands. If his performance was too strong and caused public anger, he would not get any good. At this time, 1 or 2 allies can share some of the pressure. Junior Sister Jiyu also means this. Yang Kai turned to look at Jiyu Pan. The little girl was more introverted and kept her head down. She just nodded gently and expressed her attitude. Yang Kai said, "Of course we can work together, but are there only 3 of us? Where are Brother Lin, Brother Shu, and Brother Dao Ran?" They were all disciples from the blessed and heavenly enclave, and they had worked together once before. Chu Huashang snorted, "They are a few stinky men, who care about their life and death, and at this time, the more people who join forces, the better. Young little brother, you should also understand." Yang Kai was speechless. "I'm a man too." Chu Huashang covered her mouth and smiled. "You are fragrant, different from them, let people eat a lot." As she said, she deliberately sniffed Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't take it anymore. He hurriedly took 2 steps back and nodded solemnly, then it settled. Let's work together to defend against the enemy. Chu Huashang's beautiful eyes are bright, said Ah. The 3 of them joined forces, and naturally others joined forces, but the number was not large. After all, many people did not know the root of the matter. It was better to fight alone and look for a good opportunity than to work with people they did not know. As they talked, more and more people gathered here, and some people quietly lurked and hid their figures. Obviously, they wanted to wait for the opportunity to rob the spirit fruit. Lin Feng and Ning Daoran also came, and gathered with Xu Zhen, and soon formed a small group. After another 2 hours, the number of martial artists that had arrived had already reached over 60. Those who rushed to this place at this time were definitely the bearers chosen by the saint spirits. They were attracted by the innate fruit tree. These 60+ bearers were paying close attention to the situation of the innate fruit tree, waiting quietly. Because only the fruit tree appears at this moment, the primordial spirit fruit is missing. The spirit of heaven and earth is constantly converging towards the fruit tree, and the fruit tree is becoming more and more solid. At a certain moment, someone whispered, "The primordial spirit fruit is coming out." When everyone looked up, they saw that at the top of the fruit tree, a small bud suddenly appeared. The bud absorbed a huge amount of spirit and bloomed quickly, forming a bud. A strange atmosphere escaped from the bud, which made everyone feel like a spring breeze, and their minds were empty. Yang Kai was even more shocked. He vaguely felt that the atmosphere was familiar. Suddenly he remembered the atmosphere he felt when refining the moon essence. It was similar in nature to the atmosphere escaping from the bud. After a little meditation, he suddenly realized that the moon essence was also a primordial treasure. There was a trace of primordial qi. This primordial spirit fruit was the same, but compared with this flower bud, the atmosphere of the moon essence was undoubtedly much worse. The flower bud quickly bloomed, forming a flower bud. Under the influence of the strange aura, everyone watched in a daze, witnessing the origin and birth of life. For a moment, everyone's thoughts collided like lightning, flashing with all kinds of inspiration. These flashes of inspiration caused everyone's perception to greatly increase in a short period of time. Many areas that they usually did not understand during cultivation were suddenly cleared up at this moment, and they were suddenly enlightened. Yang Kai's mind was filled with thoughts. On the path of cultivation, there was nothing he didn't understand. The foundation for breaking through to split the heavens had already been laid. As long as he condensed his energy step by step, he would be able to reach high-grade split the heavens sooner or later. However, with the help of the birth of the primordial spirit fruit, these flashes of inspiration in his mind gave birth to an extremely bold idea. If this idea succeeded, then he would obtain extraordinary battle prowess after breaking through to split the heavens. Of course, this idea could only be put into practice when he broke through to split the heavens. It was still very early. The primordial spirit fruit was truly extraordinary. Just the process of its birth allowed people to gain enlightenment, sweeping away the haze and troubles on the path of cultivation. Just this alone was enough for everyone to reap great benefits. Unknowingly, the petals began to wither, the primordial spirit fruit gradually formed, and the wonderful atmosphere slowly dissipated. Yang Kai looked around and found that everyone's eyes were full of wanton light. Obviously, they had all gained something. Without the influence of the atmosphere, the light in everyone's mind gradually subsided, and there was no more enlightenment, which made many people sigh slightly. Yang Kai looked at them, remembering each of their faces in his mind. If he guessed correctly, when these people left the Great Void Realm alive, they would be the overlords of the 3,000 worlds when they really grew up. They were cultivated by the Holy Spirit and gained unimaginable benefits in the Great Void Realm. Now that they had this opportunity to comprehend the mystery, their future achievements would certainly not be bad. The sound of breathing gradually quickened, and pairs of eyes looked at the gradually maturing primordial spirit fruit. Although the scene was calm, anyone could feel the undercurrent hidden under the calmness. The current situation was like a powder keg that was about to explode. Any spark could trigger an unmanageable situation. "It's time to do it," Chu Huashang whispered. Yang Kai remained calm, The bird that stands out dies first. Although he had the law of space, so many bearers were watching, he did not dare to make a move easily. He was still able to restrain himself, but someone else couldn't. A huge net suddenly emerged from the void and flew straight towards the innate fruit tree. From the looks of it, it seemed like the innate fruit tree was going to be taken away along with the fruit. How dare you! When an angry roar came out, the overwhelming attack blasted toward the big net, one after another tyrannical. Before the big net could get close to the primordial fruit tree, it was smashed into powder by those attacks. With a muffled groan, a cultivator's figure shook slightly, and blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. This big net was his secret treasure. Although it was extraordinary, it could not withstand the attacks of so many people. The secret treasure was destroyed, and he was also implicated. Before he could catch his breath, a beam of sword light flashed behind him. It slashed diagonally and knocked him to the ground. Although he didn't die immediately, he was severely injured. A bloody wound was torn open on his back, and blood flowed out. Another attack came, and the man quickly rolled to the side, and his eyes were about to split. Those who attacked him were all strangers to him, but he also knew that at this time, everyone would not be soft-hearted to others, killing more opponents, and more hope to compete for the primordial spirit fruit. Melee. More than 30 figures rushed to the primordial fruit tree. Before people arrived, they used their own means to take the fruit. For a time, net-like, rope-like secret treasures emerged one after another, and more than a dozen big blue hands grabbed the spirit fruit. However, these methods could not get close to the spirit fruit at all, and all the secret treasures were broken up in mid-air. More and more people joined the battle group, using their own means. From time to time, some people were injured, and some people were killed. Yang Kai stood in the same place, watching the battlefield, and could not help but be amazed. Many of the people here were unknown. The great cosmological realm had been open for more than a decade, but no one had heard of them at all. However, at this moment, each of them was extraordinary. Not to mention those strange artifacts, even the secret techniques they displayed were extraordinary. Almost all of these bearers had condensed the power of at least a 5th grade secret technique, while some had even condensed 6th grade or 7th grade secret technique. The power of yin and yang and 5 elements swept in a small range, stirring up the light of heaven and earth, and trembling the universe. This was the power of the Holy Spirits. They could use their own resources to cultivate their carriers, and let their strength soar. Ding Yi's performance in the 3000 World Tree before was enough experience, but here, it was just above the average level, and there were many people more amazing than him. At this moment, there were not many people who had not taken action. In addition to Yang Kai and the other two, only 7 or 8 people could still keep calm. Perhaps they were also afraid and did not dare to take action at will. Still not taking action? Chu Huashang looked at Yang Kai eagerly. Wait. Yang Kai said lightly. Chu Huashang was speechless. If you wait, the fruit will be taken away. Then let's snatch it back. Yang Kai smiled. Chu Huashang was stunned and felt that this was also the truth, and now waited in peace. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.